What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, May 12th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Texas baseball drops its second straight series. Is it time to push the panic button? Plus, some love for Texas softball, Texas men's tennis, and Texas rowing as the Longhorns had a successful weekend across a number of different sports. We've got Derek Carr announcing his retirement in the NFL. We've got George Pickens already showing the Cowboys why he's a big headache, plus a recap of the weekend of action in the NBA and NHL playoffs. We'll talk about the NBA draft lottery, which is tonight. And we've got a Kangaroo Jack style story to get to where a kangaroo apparently has killed a South Carolina man. We'll get to that. We've got other randomness to talk about and plenty of sports to get into on a Monday show. Hope everyone had a great weekend. A happy belated Mother's Day to all of you moms out there. How are you doing this morning, my man?
I'm good, man. I'm good. It was a good weekend, good Mother's Day for my wife, who is the mother of her daughters. And I don't have my mother any longer, and I do miss her. So I miss her all the time, but this is a day where I really, really miss her. I just leaned on my mom for a little bit of everything all my life. So it's been a while, but this Mother's Day, I always think about her. So for those that have a mother, cherish her till the day she's gone. For sure. Don't neglect that. Don't deny your mother anything. And it was a good Sunday. You know, I went to Sunday brunch with my my stepdaughters and stuff. It was fun. It was fun. It was a well designed, nice food, nice atmosphere. You know, it was good times. I came back here and then I did absolutely, after I ate all that food, dude, I did absolutely nothing. Nothing. All I did later on was I went out and watered the plants because they're going to need watering here today, because after today, it's about to get really, really hot and nasty around here. So my suggestion, if you haven't, given your plants and your landscape a little bit of watering, today would be the day. And this morning, it's nice out. It's beautiful out this morning. This morning would be time, if you got a chance before work, spray them down, get some of that wetness on the roots of some of your plants out there, because it seems like for the next 2 weeks, hell has no fury like the weather in Texas, because it's coming. And I'm thinking, no, it's not. I'm not buying, BK. I don't do temperatures. Obviously, I didn't do. For you, I didn't do rain on Saturday, which I didn't realize. I knew it was overcast, but I knew it didn't rain out here where we were. But my goodness, I'm not buying this. 106 on Wednesday, really?
Yeah, that is the projected high temperature right now for this Wednesday. And that would be a record, not only for May 14th, which is
Ever.
the date for Wednesday, but the month of May ever in Central Texas. The current record at Camp Mabry for any time in the month of May is 104 degrees. And that happened back on May 24th, 1925. So 100 years ago. Since 1898, there have only been 8 Mays where we have had a 100-plus degree day. We're supposed to have one tomorrow, and then we're supposed to hit 106 2 days from now. Yo.
Yeah.
By the way, our first average triple-digit day, because I've heard some people say, oh, it's pretty late for us to get a triple-digit day. This hasn't been that bad. The average first triple-digit day that we have had in Austin, Texas, USA, America, July 8th. So we're almost 2 months before average, meaning this could be one of the worst summers we've ever had.
Yeah, and my almanac just says, get used to it. It's going to be a normal Texas summer. And as soon as they said that, I'm going, oh, shit, it's going to be hot. That's all that means to me. When you say a normal Texas summer, that doesn't mean it's going to be, 94, 95. No, it's going to be hot. Normal Texas summer to me means it's hot, but not this quick.
Yeah, I was going to say normal Texas summer means, okay, in July we hit triple digits,
Yeah.
not May 14th we're getting there.
Not before graduation.
No, not before the Mullet Open.
No, the Mullet Open just brings that out. That week brings out some weirdness. And generally on that day, it's miserable. But that seems like it's going to be the coolest day of the week almost.
Yeah, it might be. Mid-90s might be
mid-90s. Cool. That's the coolest day. But that's it's life in Texas, man. Wouldn't want it any other way. I don't want to freeze. Thank you very much.
Wouldn't want it any other way. Yeah, I'd prefer more days like yesterday, please.
Oh, or this morning.
No, you're not. You wouldn't want it any other way. You wouldn't want what we just had over the weekend,
dude. What is this? San Diego? We don't live in San Diego. Live in Austin.
I wish we did.
Yeah, that's my second most wannabe place in the world. Is to live would be San Diego if I could afford it. I think the weather there would be awesome. This place right now, I'm the heat guy. I'm fine with it. As long as my generator's working, as long as my stuff doesn't go off the grid, I'm good with it. But I don't like the cold. I'm an old man now. Do not like the cold. Might as well pick me up off the green when I pass out of dehydration and a heat stroke than to freeze to death. Can't do it. Won't do it. Won't freeze to death. Won't be outside for that. I'll be all bundled up. Don't like the cold.
You can have warmer than cold, but cooler than hell. You know,
yeah, it is going to be.
Give us somewhere in between, and we'll be okay.
Yeah. So hydrate yourself. Be ready. This is a hot week coming up.
I'm so mad at the weather guessers, dude. I'm mad at you, but it's not just you. I mean, your whole industry got it wrong on Saturday. I mean, it's unbelievable. All week, last week, it's like
I hit it. I did hit it last week. I hit the one day.
Who'd you hit?
I got the rain on that I think last Wednesday or whatever when it rained.
Yeah, congrats. So you're talking about your past accomplishments. What are you, a Cowboys fan? What have you done for me lately, guy?
Dude, I didn't think Saturday.
Everyone says this weekend's going to be beautiful and enjoy it. It's your last great weekend in Central Texas.
What did it rain for? Like 10 minutes?
Man, they delayed the baseball game for 2 hours. They delayed the Texas men's tennis Sweet 16 match for an hour. I mean, it rained for an hour and a half on Saturday. Out of nowhere. There was a 0% chance of rain. I checked Friday night before going to bed. Even Saturday morning, there was like no chance of rain. And all of a sudden,
dude, I was at the T-ball game at 10:30 on Saturday morning. There was no rain.
No, it was beautiful in the morning. It was afternoon. It was like 2 to 4 o'clock. The skies just opened out of nowhere. And it's like, come on, guessers. You got people on the lake. You got people at the pool.
Get
people
out
on the trail.
There's no water in the lake anyway.
People on the golf course.
Oh, that sucked.
Yeah, you got the caddy shack. I'm having the best round of my life, and all of a sudden there's lightning over here, and it's starting to come down. I mean, what are we doing?
Olds and the women on the golf course on the weekend. Is that what it was?
That was an all-time mistake by the weather guessers. Nobody said
it came down. It poured raining.
Poured rain, yes. Thunder, lightning, rain, the whole shebang. Terrible.
Doesn't do that out here in Dripping Springs in our hamlet. We discourage rain out here.
The dirty drip, huh?
The dirty drip said no rain up this way for sure. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you. Thank you so very much for what you do. We do appreciate it, and do be safe out there.
We've got some breaking news. So the NFL schedule comes out on Wednesday, but they're going to start announcing prime time and international games as soon as this morning, right? You'll get a few games today, you'll get a few games tomorrow, and then everyone's going to know the entirety of the NFL 2025 schedule on Wednesday. But we've got our first big announcement for the NFL schedule release. We now know the first game of the 2025 season. Of course, the defending Super Bowl champs always get the host on that Thursday before week 1.
Yep.
So the Philadelphia Eagles will be hosting your Dallas Cowboys.
I'll take Philadelphia for 20,000 units.
You don't even care what the line is.
I don't care what the line is. Game 1, are you kidding me? I'll take the Eagles for 20,000 units. The line will be, the game 1, the line will be 9.
How about that?
9.5, 9 and a hook early.
Man, feels like they usually go with a non-divisional game, right? They just try to find a marquee matchup. Sometimes it's Chiefs-Bills, sometimes it's Chiefs-Eagles, sometimes it's whatever. Feels like they usually avoid a division game, but I mean, you've got maybe the best rivalry in the NFL and a chance to play that on the first night of the NFL season when everybody is going to
Oh
be
yeah.
locked into their TVs. Yeah, I don't blame the league for doing this at all.
And this will give them a reason to show why George Pickens is going to be such a bust with the Cowboys early in the season. Game
Oh,
one against the Eagles.
you're putting in the
That's
call?
that's if he makes it. Hey, that's if he makes it to camp.
What do you mean if he makes it to camp? He's going to request a trade already? He just got traded there.
He'll want out by then. By the summertime, by the time they get through a full camp, he'll be like, I don't want to be here.
Oh, please don't say that. We already have a George Pickens story to get into because he was
Oh,
taking some
no way.
shots at his former team on Instagram and some
Oh,
now
great.
recently deleted comments. It's like George Pickens did a great job. He had like a mini press conference in Dallas after the trade went down, and apparently he did a great job. He was trained either by the Cowboys or by his agent or by his PR team. It's like, hey, don't say anything stupid and just say this. He used the
David
phrase
Mullen got to him and told him what to say.
yeah, he used the phrase winning culture like 8 times in like a 15-minute stretch. It's almost like someone was in the back of the room holding up a sign that just said winning culture. And then he just kept saying, yeah, all right, yeah, winning culture. That's good. That's good.
And he got out on his own.
And then he got out on his own and was taking shots, calling the Steelers cheap for not paying him on social media over the weekend. But
Wow.
yeah, prime time, Thursday, September 4th. The countdown is on. The Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles for the first of two. That will be the first of many NFL games this coming season. How about that?
That's a great opener.
Hey, well, here's the low-hanging fruit. I'll take a shot at myself here. Finally, Cowboys fans will get to see a banner raised.
What banner would that be?
The Eagles. That's the joke.
Oh yeah, that. Oh, okay, I got you.
I figured that was a pretty easy one. I thought that was low-hanging fruit there.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
kind of low hanging, right? That's way low right there.
That is
I didn't think
way
you'd
low.
go that low, but you did.
Well, sometimes you gotta self-deprecate a little bit. That's what we do on this show. And
Last 30 years, yeah, good.
how about that? Just the second season opener in the 133 game history of the Cowboys-Eagles rivalry. So again, it's rare that any season opener is a division game on that Thursday night, but it's even more rare that the Cowboys and Eagles will play each other in week one. But the Brian Schottenheimer era starts with a road trip to the
Scotty.
city of brotherly shove. Okay, what you got, Shotty? You want to send a message? You go on the road to the defending champs and also this year's Vegas favorites to be the champs, and you go steal a game at the link.
Nice.
How about that?
That's a great way to start it off. You'll find out how quick he's going to be gone.
That's a great way to start the year 0-1, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And a 20,000 unit play, folks. We will be up early in the NFL.
Well, hang on. You were at 25,000. You starting to get a little nervous already? It's been 3 minutes.
Okay, 25. I thought I said 20. 25 is perfect. That's a perfect
25K.
way to start out the season right there.
Yeah.
If the line is 10 or less, I got it.
That is going to be. I keep refreshing Twitter. That's why I keep looking down to see if I can find an early line from our friends at Circus Sports. I'm sure by the end of the day, hell, maybe by the end of the show, there will be a look ahead line or an early number that people can get because the DGens want to bet on football as soon as they possibly can.
Well, it's probably going to be 10.5.
Double digits?
Yeah, it's going to be 10.5 there. I want it at 8.5. I'll take it.
And everyone's going to be betting on Philly, right? Like,
of course. And don't try to be slick out there. Just do what I tell you to do. Don't try to be slick and go out there and say, "Oh, they're all betting Philly. You got to go against that." Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it to yourself. So you don't want to be mad at the Cowboys right away. Just go take them to lose.
I don't have the against the spread number here, but I'm looking at this Adam Schefter tweet right now. Since 2004, 20 defending Super Bowl champions have played in the first game of the season. Again, that's become tradition in the league. Those teams are 15-5 in those 20 games, including Kansas City taking down Baltimore in that thriller. Remember, we thought Baltimore had the game-tying touchdown, but Isaiah Likely had his big toe on the back line, and the pass was ruled incomplete. And the Ravens were going to go for 2, and oh, what a game that was.
Yeah, that won't be enough. It's going to be more. This is going to be more than a touchdown.
Yeah. I think the line will be more than a touchdown, and a lot of people were thinking it was going to be Eagles-Rams. That was kind of the big non-division matchup because remember, they played a great playoff game last year. The Rams were closer to beating the Eagles in the postseason than anybody else was, and they had a chance to win that game in the final minute. They just got turned over on downs in the snow in Philly, but they go with the division game instead. And that'll be fun.
Lots of guys retiring. Lots of young guys being retired early in their careers with these injuries.
Who'd you say?
Derek Carr. That's just, done. That guy he's collected some good cash,
Yeah, that was the big story on Friday, and
wow.
Huge news over the weekend. Derek Carr has announced his retirement. It's been 11 years in the NFL, 4-time Pro Bowler.
I keep saying young, but 11 years in the NFL, that means you've made it 5 or 6 more years than the average guy makes it in the NFL. That's a good, but for a quarterback, yeah, that's pretty good. That's a good career. That's okay.
Well, the average is 3. He almost made it 4 times as long as the average NFL career. But yeah, you talk about the money that Derek Carr made. How about make sure I got this right. $205 million for Derek Carr in his NFL.
Yeah, it hasn't been worth 205. I'll just say he hadn't been worth that much.
No, he hasn't. He was really good for a while. He put up some great regular season numbers. I think he finished top 3 for the league MVP award back in 2016. I will say, I think part of Derek Carr's win-loss struggles, because his record is 77-92, and he started just one playoff game in his career, and he lost it. Should have started another one. He got hurt. Again, the Raiders played the Texans in Houston, and the Texans got to play Matt McGloin. I think it was a battle of backup quarterbacks in a wild card game in Houston one year. But he should have started 2, but he ended up starting just one playoff game and didn't win it. Derek Carr played for the Raiders and Saints, who have been 2 historically very dysfunctional franchises. So I don't put all of that on him, but we are still talking about a guy with 0 playoff wins who made more than $200 million in
$200 million career. Nice.
Yeah, that works. He has the honor and the privilege and the tragedy of being the only quarterback in NFL history with at least 40,000 career passing yards and 0 career postseason victories.
Wow.
But he did all right. He did all right for himself.
He did all right for himself, is right.
4-time Pro Bowler. And yeah, man, it was weird. Early in the offseason, we heard about some shoulder injury. I mean, it was what he suffered last year, but we heard that it's lingering or it's re-aggravated, and it didn't sound great, but the Saints tried to push it under the rug, and it just kind of went by the wayside because there were 1,000 other NFL stories to talk about, so we just stopped talking about it. But we weren't getting any updates about that shoulder for Derek Carr, and clearly it was bad because it led to this. So, man. Now the Saints quarterback room, they took Tyler Shuck in the 2nd round. Remember, a lot of people were like, are they going to take Shedeur Sanders? Are they going to take Shedeur Sanders, right? They end up taking Kelvin Banks with the 9th pick in the 1st round. It was like, okay, what are they going to do at quarterback just in case Derek Carr, isn't here for the long haul? I don't think
they're going to be crap and they're waiting for Arch Manning. That's what they're doing.
Well, that's the thought, right? I mean, their quarterback room is Tyler Shuck, who's a rookie. He is 26. They got Jake Hayner, and they have Spencer Rattler.
No,
that's the QB room right now.
They got enough guys just to tank for 2 years or a year. They have enough. Yeah. They have enough players to be bad.
Yeah, they don't have to tank.
They just can play, and they're going to be bad.
That is the worst quarterback room in football. No.
Oh yeah, it is.
I know the Browns. Joe Flacco's their starter. I guess
that's enough right there. That's enough. That's as good as the ones that they have there total.
Yeah, I guess it's Joe Flacco, and he's 40 years old.
Yeah, but he's still as good. If he was with the Saints, they'd win more games. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. And the Browns just have more overall talent on their roster than the Saints do.
Right.
And the Saints, I don't know how great of a coach Kevin Stefanski is. But the Saints have a first-year head coach with Kellen Moore, so we have no idea what kind of head coach he is. Boy, good luck to Kellen Moore. Maybe he took this job.
He walked into a buzzsaw.
Maybe he took this job knowing that this was at least a possibility, right?
Well, and that they were going to let him build a franchise, and they just told him, dude, we're going to hang on to you no matter what. You're gonna grow this whole thing all over again because we got to start all over again. Doesn't Chris Olave still play for them? Doesn't he?
Yeah. Chris Olave's still there. I mean, Cam Jordan's still there on defense.
Yeah, I mean, I've every year I keep saying, well, they still play good defense. No, they're no good. That organization it's no good right now. I keep trying to give them the benefit of the doubt with the defense. Cam Jordan's like 100 years old now.
Yeah,
they're not very good.
No, they did go out and get Justin Reed from the Chiefs to play safety. I mean, they've got Tyrann Mathieu, who's a shell of himself. Alvin Kamara's still there. I mean, they've got names that you've heard of, but it's a bad team, man. It's a bad team. And yeah, if their quarterback plays as bad as I think most of the world thinks it's going to be, then they've got a shot to win 3, 4, 5 games next year, which will put him in the mix for a top 3 pick.
Rattler to the rescue. No, that dude is not going to save that group. I watched him play last year. You talking about he's the same little guy running for his life, not very accurate, and then will just totally panic.
Yeah, we watched that dude play in college at Oklahoma and get benched in a Texas OU game, and that sucked because if he played in the remainder of that game, Texas would have won that game. Instead, freaking Caleb Williams came in and went superhero on us. But yeah, no, Spencer Rattler's not the answer. Jake Haener is not the answer. I feel pretty good in saying that as well. Dude, Tyler Shough was bad in college. Like Tyler Shough, they kicked him out of Texas Tech because he wasn't good enough.
Dude, he's only going to get hurt. He always is waiting to be injured.
He always is waiting to be injured. He's just big and tall. He's got a strong arm, which is why he went high in the second round. But
and he can take a hit because he takes a lot of them.
He does take a lot of them. And yeah, happy for Kelvin Banks, but there might be some lean years for Mr. Banks in the Big Easy. It's close to home. He's a Houston guy and top 10 pick, making good money. And that's the good, but the bad is the guys he's going to be blocking for at least his rookie season. Not ideal. So now you wonder, does this impact Arch Manning's future? And most people I've talked to behind the scenes and most people that you read from will tell you that, no, the plan is for Arch Manning to be here for 2 more seasons. But there's always that shadow of doubt of.
Dude, everybody has a plan till that plan changes.
Sure. Yeah. It's like if Arch goes out and wins the Heisman and Texas wins a national championship. And, oh, by the way, his hometown team, the New Orleans Saints, have the first pick of the draft.
I mean, what do you do? I mean, things change. I mean, because by the way, it doesn't get any better than that, what's about to happen to you.
Yeah. So it's like, obviously every Longhorn fan would be sad if Arch was only here for 1 year, but I think everybody would sign up for that trade-off. It's like, all right, well, he's only here for 1 year, but he wins a championship and also wins the Heisman. Then, okay, great. Like, we'll take that. And Arch, we love you. We're building a statue of you. Your name's in the rafters, and thanks for everything.
Yeah, go have some kids and send a quarterback here.
And exactly. But that's Arch could win the Heisman. Texas could win the Natty. If the Browns have the number 1 pick, I think Arch is coming back to school. Like, it's literally,
hell yeah.
It's like that. It's literally like that to me. It's like, oh, the plan's not going to change, even though he's like clearly a lock to be the first overall pick. And oh, you can't go up from there. Why would he come back?
That group right there would have to be the lock to have the pick.
But if it's like if the Saints are that bad and they go 3-14 this year and they're picking first and Arch is the projected number 1 guy, which who knows if you will be. But if all of those things happen, that could be the imperfect storm for Texas football fans. It'd be a huge bummer.
Well, you just hope for the next quarterback to just, this is, you got the coach. Everything just kind of rotates. It's going to happen eventually.
I hope Tyler Shough is the answer. That's what I hope. I'm not going to hope for that. I mean, eventually, yeah. Eventually, I want eventually to be 2027. I don't want it to be 2026.
Yes, I agree.
I want everything to go our way. So, yeah, I'm hoping Tyler Shough is good enough to somehow luck New Orleans into 5 or 6 dubs this coming season. They do play in a horrible division, mind you. like the worst in football with, Carolina and Atlanta and who's the other?
Be
Tampa
careful.
Bay.
Tampa Bay's not bad.
They're okay. They'll probably win that division with 9 wins this year. They're not
Sure.
bad, but that's, the South's continue to be the worst divisions in the game, and maybe that means New Orleans will luck into something. But man, Derek Carr, he's not the best fleecer of all time, right? Like your guy Kirk Cousins has to be that, right?
No, I mean, Kirk Cousins gives us some entertainment, though. I mean, he does things on planes. That guy gives us entertainment, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, no, I'm not talking about
Derek Carr's never entertained us.
Oh, Derek Carr's kind of weird. He's entertained us with some of the weird stuff he said. And I do get entertained watching bad quarterback play when it's not on my favorite team. So I was entertained by that. But no, I'm talking about like the amount of money they've made versus what they've actually done. So we met Derek Carr, $205 million, 1 playoff appearance, 0 playoff wins. Kirk Cousins projected to earn $331 million
Wow.
in his career. And what has that guy won? I mean, I guess he's had a little more success than Derek Carr.
What's the age difference of those two? I mean, who's the oldest out of those two? I really don't even know.
Kirk Cousins is.
Kirk Cousins is. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Cousins is 36. He'll turn 37 in August, so right before the season starts. Also a 4-time Pro Bowler. Trying to remember if Kirk Cousins has more than 1 or 2 playoff wins, if he even has 1 or 2 playoff wins. And Derek Carr is 34, just turned 34 too. Okay. So almost 3 years age difference between those two. But yeah, I think Kirk Cousins is number 1. I mean, Kirk Cousins is going to make more than Tom Brady made in his playing career when it's all said and done. Like even if Cousins doesn't get another contract, just on the current deal that he's on, obviously the eras are a huge part of why, but that's, the GOAT made that much money and won 7 rings, and Kirk Cousins has won you like that memes.
Yeah, that's right.
And hanging out on the
plane. That's right. He gives us good stuff.
Doing dances. Yeah, he gives you good stuff. He's a material guy. He's a bits guy. We'll take it. But yeah,
Derek Carr's not a bitch guy. He gives me nothing.
No. By the way, while we're on the NFL, Jalen Smith signed a 1-year deal with the Raiders over the weekend. Remember that dude? The former Cowboys Pro Bowl linebacker with the hair?
Oh, yeah.
He hasn't played since 2023. He's only 29 years old, and he's given it a comeback. He's dealt with a plethora of injuries over his career.
Is that the knee injury guy?
Yeah. Well, he had that bad injury at Notre Dame, remember?
Yeah, before it even started, right? And then now he's trying for a comeback?
Trying for a comeback again. I saw that. And then I alluded to this earlier, George Pickens taking a shot at the Pittsburgh Steelers on Instagram. Didn't take long for him to make a negative headline as a member of the Dallas Cowboys.
I don't get it. Why? I mean, why even do that?
It was on Instagram. Two Steelers players, 2 guys who were still in Pittsburgh, they were on some podcast, and they were asked about the trade, and they basically defended the trade. Like, they didn't say anything bad about George Pickens. They were just like, hey, it's our organization. We're trying to compete for Super Bowls. It's like, all right, guys are going to defend their places of employment.
Of course
they don't want to. Yeah, they don't want to make headlines. They don't want to get traded or cut or anything like that. So they basically just defended the team that employs them. And the video of the podcast was posted to Instagram, and Pickens posted a comment saying, they are the cheapest organization. Ain't no stacking year after year. They gonna let them ends go too soon. It's time, end quote. So he called the Steelers cheap and saying that those guys are also going to get let go at some point because the Steelers are so cheap. Meanwhile, that same Steelers team paid DK Metcalf $132 million.
Yeah, really. You weren't that good. You weren't good enough. They decided to give another guy over $100 million.
Yeah, they just they didn't want you, George. They don't want
to pay you too much, and you're talking now.
Yeah, they'll pay people. Well, they're not like the most free spending organization in the league, but they'll pay people. They didn't want to pay you, so they traded you for a 3rd-round pick. The good news on that, it does sound like George Pickens is willing to play out the final year on his rookie contract. So it doesn't sound like there's going to be a holdout into the summer and the Cowboys have to get some sort of long-term deal done. Like, it's going to be a prove-it year for George Pickens, and usually guys play well when they're on contract
That's
years.
true.
So, look, for the Cowboys, if it doesn't work, if Pickens sucks and he's a head case, you let him walk. And, oh, by the way, you traded a third-round pick. If Pickens leaves in free agency and signs with somebody else next year, the Cowboys will get a fourth-round comp pick in return. So you go down one round lower if it doesn't work out. But if Pickens is great, then boom, you pay him. You've got your number 2 wide receiver to pair with CeeDee Lamb. I think there's a chance it's a good move for Dallas.
Yeah.
Here. All right. So there's your NFL headlines from the weekend. And yeah, we know the Cowboys and Eagles will open up this season on September.
I like that a lot.
That'll be fun. Hey, your cousin likes that one a lot, I think.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll shift gears here. We got to get to some Texas baseball. Is it time to press the panic button for Longhorn Baseball?
I'll help you. Yes.
We'll get to that here in a second. But first, a few sponsor shout-outs, Buck.
Folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. And my back, of course, could not be happier. Love the chair I'm in right now. Was not hanging out in a big taco, even though I was laying around. I was sitting around in this Relax the Back chair, which I love, and you will too. If you've got lumbar area hurting there, shoulders, if your hips are bothering you, please head on over to Relax the Back and look at some of the great select office chairs and recliners that they have there. They've got 2 wonderful locations in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria right across the street from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. I love these chairs, and you will too. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to AV Consultations as well. What a sports weekend it was. What a sports time it is. We got another major this week, don't we?
Oh, yeah, we got it coming up. Did that thing say Valhalla? Is Valhalla in Kentucky? I didn't know. We're not going to Kentucky, are we, again? Isn't that the scene of some bad stuff? Or was that Georgia? No, that was Valhalla, I believe.
No, it was Louisville.
It was Louisville. Okay.
Where Scotty Scheffler got arrested just trying to drive to work.
Same state. That's all right. But this Valhalla, I think, is in Kentucky, is it not?
I'm seeing Quail Hollow, Buck.
Quail Hollow. Okay, not Valhalla.
Which is in Charlotte.
Yeah, let's go to Charlotte.
Yeah, I think that's the side of the PGA Championship.
One of my other places I don't like to fly into, but let's just go there.
Well,
stay away from Atlanta.
Stay away from Atlanta. You got major golf this weekend. You've got more NHL and NBA playoffs this weekend. The college baseball postseason's about to start. Obviously, we're talking about the schedule release for the NFL, so football will be here before you know it. It's the perfect time to make the call to AV Consultations to get your home TV setup upgraded. AV Consultations has been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. They've taken care of most of our TSU team, and they can take care of you as well. TVs, surround sound, a whole home lighting, all of that stuff, and it's all automated. It's super easy to use. They're going to show you how to use everything, and if something ever goes wrong, they're going to be there for you every step of the way. But yeah, if you want to upgrade your TV setup so you're not having to spend all of your time and money driving to your friends' places, driving to the sports bars, driving to your in-laws' place to watch the game. No, AV Consultations will take care of you. 512-255-8678 or find them online at avconsultations.com.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yes, indeed.
So shout out to our good friends over at Sue Patrick. And Jay, thanks for having us over on Friday. That was fantastic. Hopefully you folks got a chance to get by Sue Patrick's or go to SuePatrick.com and pick up something for Mother's Day. And hey, Mother's Day is over with. Guess what? Father's Day is next. We get something too, don't we? No, we don't. We don't get anything.
I'm not a father of children, so I don't think I get anything.
We get a tie. We get a tie and a pipe or something.
You get a tie? When's the last time you've worn a tie?
It's been a while. It must have been a wedding, I guess. I don't know. I haven't worn a tie in a while. But yes, Father's Day is just around the corner. And they've got all the great polos, the golfing, all the equipment that you want over at Sue Patrick. 5222 Burner Road. Fantastic to be there Friday. And you know what? I got that laundry detergent. That's right. I got it. I brought it home.
You did?
My wife was very happy with me there.
And you
plus,
kept?
The gift was a keeper.
You kept it?
Yes. Yes, we have that. It's a keeper. Jay's present. That's right. The wonderful birthday present, my 15th birthday present, was a keeper. That's a keeper. The tray, the warming tray is a keeper.
Yeah, the warming Lazy Susan tray combo.
Yes,
I
it's a
didn't
keeper.
think that thing was gonna leave your car.
Nope. I brought it in. I said, "Honey, what do you think of this? Let's have a party." She said, "You know what? This is nice. This thing can keep stuff warm, you know." And she put it away somewhere. It's away. It's like the George Foreman grill. It's so huge. It has to go in that box, and it has to go up in the attic somewhere. You can't put it under. You can't put any cabinets. There's no room for it.
She was just trying to be nice to you and nice to Jay, and really, she
No,
took that thing away from you and just put it with the rest of your mold open raffle items you're giving
no,
away.
that's in the shed. There's a whole section for that.
You better check that shed. I bet it's in there. I bet she went behind your back and put it in there.
She was very adamant about keeping that. You know,
great.
And I'm telling you, I was really surprised. I thought that was an instant no because of the size of it. Because it looked like a stove, it looked like an oven in a box.
Dude, it was massive. It was like 30 pounds, it felt like.
And they may have paid the full freight.
They did.
The full 30. That was, see, when you go expensive, things work out. Yes. A full $30. That's you know, I mean, if they accumulated the amount of money that they've put into this since my birthday of last year, they've spent close to, this one was 32. They spent close to $50.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty good deal. That's a pretty good deal. That's very thoughtful.
It's a great deal. Love our friends at Sue Patrick. Hey, they support us. You should go support them.
Yes.
We're going to have some postseason baseball games here coming to the dish soon. Hopefully a long postseason run for the Texas baseball team coming soon. So you could gear up for that with our friends at Sue.
Jay says we were restocked on ties for Father's Day.
Got to.
Oh, my goodness.
It's the classic Father's Day gift.
Now Dad can get an apron. You can get Dad an apron for the grill.
Yeah,
because get Mom on Mother's Day. You can get Father's Day because Dad goes right to the grill. Father's Day that's not a day off. Fathers would like a day off. Like, just leave me alone. Let me sit on the couch. You don't even just yell up the stairs and say Happy Father's Day, and then just beat it. Just leave him go.
Yeah,
and you can give it an apron because he will be cooking.
Well, the Father's Day usually coincides with U.S. Open Sunday, right? In golf?
Yes, it does, generally, yes.
So it's like, just look, I'll grill lunch for the fam, and then let me sit on my recliner, and y'all get the hell out of the way. Hey, if you're my real kids, you'd go take a nap or go hang out with Mom or with friends or with somebody. Let me watch my golf here, please.
I don't know too many fathers that want something done for them on that day, with the exception of leave me alone.
Yeah.
Just, hey, call me or text me. Text me. Happy Father. That's good enough. See you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Now that your kids are out of the house,
fathers always pretend that they want, oh, no, they didn't say Happy Father's Day to me before midnight or something. They always pretend like they get butthurt over Father's Day, but they just really, they don't really care. They get enough thank yous during the year. I get enough thank yous, appreciate it. Hey, thanks for coming to T-ball. That's plenty. I don't need on that special day. Mom, you can't mess that up though. Mother's Day, you can't mess up. You just can't do it.
Well, your kids, I think, do a good job of calling you and texting you a lot throughout the year. I think it probably hurts for fathers on Father's Day and mothers on Mother's Day when their kids don't talk to them that much, and then they forget on that day. It's like, it's a bad bit right there, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Father's Day bit is dads just pretend that they get hurt. They don't. They're good. Believe me, kids. They don't care. They don't need another ashtray. They don't need one of those clay ashtrays. If your dad's smoking weed or he's got a pipe, you know what I mean? He doesn't need another tray. He'll put it out in the sink.
You think that happens now? Yeah, back in the day, the kids would make the clay ashtrays for the cigarette smokers. You think now they're making them?
My man would smoke Pall Mall, so I made a clay one. It was junk, dude. It was just a round little circle. It didn't have. There was nothing inscribed. It was just junk.
You think the kids are doing that now for their stoner dads?
No, of course they are.
Oh my God! Yeah, that was.
They're making margarita glasses for them out of clay. Hey, here, this is for your margarita, Dad, or your beer. Here's a beer mug made out of clay.
Parents, I always say parents are the best actors, because for parents to be able to act like their kids' art is good, and they act like they're happy to have it hanging up in the house, on the fridge, or in the bathroom, or wherever it is, or on the office at work, or on the desk at work, I should say. That's impressive acting right there.
And I'm going to say this. you notice that parents will do it. Grandparents don't have that shit on their refrigerators. They're like, "What? Are you kidding me? I'm not putting that on our." Hey, that stuff doesn't have a chance here where I live.
Yeah, you put it in like a drawer, and then grandkids are coming. Oh, let me take something out and put it up. So it shows like it's always up here, and I always love them. We
my
always
little
have it on.
granddaughter, love her. Go to her soccer games. They sent something for I don't know what day it was. What was it? Well, they sent me something they did for like Easter. It was like an Easter deal. BK, it didn't get out of the back seat of my car. I showed it to my wife. We put it on the counter. I have no clue where it went from that point on. My wife had control of it, and I knew it wasn't going on. Like, do you want to put a little magnet on the refrigerator or something? It was like, if Jay's stuff doesn't make it, do you think a picture of somebody with a head decapitated or whatever it is, the head never made it to the body or something, or a rabbit with a big 8-foot egg coming out of its ass? You think that ever is going to make it on the refrigerator?
No chance.
No
chance.
Love those
All
kids.
right. Happy belated Mother's Day and happy early Father's Day. Obviously, we'll talk more about that holiday when we get closer. But Buck, I asked before our sponsor shout outs if you thought it was time to press the panic button for Texas baseball, and you said yes.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And you can't throw that Friday pitcher back out there in this series to try to win it all. You can't. You got to make something different happen. I'd be very disappointed if that young man made it to the mound on Friday when you're trying to get a championship, tie for a championship, win a championship. You can't roll him out 3 times. I mean, fool me once is bad enough. Fool me twice, but fool me 3 times, no way. That guy, I mean, if you go up to bat, you're like a pincushion. He's just waiting to hit you. You can't do it for the sake of the team.
Riojas.
You can't do it for the sake of the team.
I don't know where Texas turns is the problem, Buck. Like they don't have the starting pitching depth that they need right now. And, we all knew when Jared Spencer got hurt, it had the potential to be a huge loss for Texas baseball. And now we're seeing that come to fruition because the Longhorns I think this is the worst starting rotation Texas may ever have in the Jim Schlossnagle era. But you're starting to see.
And the bat, why aren't they all panicking though, BK? They look disheveled.
Yeah, well, they're in a rut. I mean, they're in a rut. There's no way around it. They've lost 5 of their last 6 SEC games. They've lost 2 straight series after winning the first 7 of the season. The pitching's been bad. I mean, they were, a top 3 pitching staff in the country until that Arkansas series last week, and they're falling off. They're walking guys. They're hitting guys. They're giving up a lot of big hits and a lot of home runs. And now the offense is struggling too. I mean, it was 38 strikeouts in Fayetteville. It was 39 strikeouts in these 3 games against Florida, including 13 yesterday, 9 of them looking. Like they're not even seeing the ball right now. So it's bad. Like every team goes through a little bit of a rut. That's part of baseball. That's life. You just wish Texas was 2 months ago instead of like a week before the postseason starts. Now, it's baseball. Like they could figure it out. They've got 1 more regular season series left. They could go out there and sweep OU or take 2 of 3 from OU. And if they do that, they're going to win the SEC outright, and they're going to have some momentum going into the conference tournament. So the good news is,
if you ask me today what I think is going to happen, I think they'll lose 2 of 3.
Yeah, I'd probably pick that too. Now, look, if Texas got some help from LSU, the Tigers took 2 of 3 from Arkansas over the weekend.
Floor pistons. How about the floor pistons? I watched that. That was nice.
Yeah, floor pistons. That's a great team. And, you kind of figured that Arkansas was going to have a tough time with their remaining schedule, overcoming the gap that they needed to overcome to beat Texas and win the SEC. So the good news is, like the Longhorns, if they win 1 game in Norman, they will clinch a share of the SEC. You want to win it outright. And when you have a 5-game lead with 9 to play, you feel like you should win it outright. So to do that, you've got to win the series against OU. But to at least get a trophy and a share of the title, all you have to do is not get swept in Norman. But, OU's a solid team. That's a tournament team. I think Texas is better than Oklahoma. But this iteration of Texas we've seen the last 2 weeks, I don't know if they're better.
I like the fire in the young kid, the half football, half baseball player, Jonah. I like his fire, but he's got to be careful because he's going to get one right between the eyes here soon.
Yeah, he went viral.
The team is out of it. The team is not in it. He's liable to catch one right between the eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a viral moment in the series opener on Friday when Texas was down 8-1 and Jonah Williams draws a walk in the 7th or 8th inning, and he starts chirping at the Florida pitcher and starts chirping at the Florida bench. And, most of the country's like, dude, your team is getting your ass kicked. What are you doing? And I think, Texas fans view it as, Jonah Williams was just trying to fire his team up, right? His team looked lifeless and they looked flat, and he was trying to, get those guys going a little bit.
But that's the one that gets you hurt in base. But that's the one that they won't put up with. Somebody will go outside the box there and get you right in the back, nail you right in the back, nail you right between the eyes. It's just, I like it, but I don't like it. I don't like it for him. I like the enthusiasm, but sometimes overabundance can hurt you too,
Yeah. And, he didn't get thrown at by Florida. I think Florida was probably like, look at the scoreboard. Like, they probably laughed at it. Like, why is this guy talking shit? Does he not know his team is getting his ass kicked?
Most mature teams will do that. Will laugh at you and say, look at the scoreboard, dude. What are you doing? And they'll know that he's a young guy, but if this was earlier in the season, he definitely got beamed by somebody.
I think there are certain teams and certain pitchers that, would have taken exception or offense to that. I don't know. I mean, look, I'm not too mad at the kid. I thought it was weird. Like, Texas fans are obviously going to defend their guys. Sure. If the roles were reversed, the same Texas fans who are defending Jonah Williams would be taking shots at whatever Florida player was doing
Absolutely.
that. Saying, hey, dude, you're an idiot. Why are you doing that? So I get it. Jonah's trying to fire up the team. He's a confident kid. He wears his heart on his sleeve.
He's a young kid.
He's a true freshman. Like,
right.
What? I don't hold anything against him for doing that, but it's a weird look when your team is getting your ass kicked. Like, it's the same thing as celebrating a touchdown when your team's down by 30 in the fourth quarter. Like, what are you doing? Your team's having a bad day. I don't know why you're celebrating and talking shit to the other team when you draw a walk.
Yeah, it was
whatever.
To me as a former coach, it was that's not what I would have wanted from my guy. I mean, everything you do towards your team. You know what I'm saying? You do what you got. If you want to bang your hand on your chest, that's fine, but you don't do anything to their dugout or to their pitcher. And when the score is what it was, and you're getting your ass kicked, that's
the thing.
Again, and it's and once again, I just looked at it. That's a kid that just should be still in high school. He's trying to fire him up. He doesn't know. He's just been using his talents from this point on. But he got some guys out there that I see a bunch of guys in the SEC that throw in the 90s that'd catch that lefty right dead smack between the eyes. If it were in the middle of the season or sometime, but not now. Everybody's trying to get their place. So, when playoff time comes, they're in the right spot. So they're probably not going to bean him. This was game 4, game 5 in the beginning of the season, and he acted that way. Look out. And then he probably would have been acting that way anyway.
Yeah, I think it depends on the opponent. Like, if Texas is playing Tennessee and this happens, I think Tennessee probably throws at Jonah Williams.
Sure.
Tennessee is one of those brash teams that talks a lot of trash.
I think more teams than not would early in the season would have.
Yeah.
But you can't afford to put a guy on base unless you're Texas, because they're going to put a guy on base anyway. They're not going to hit him on purpose. He's just going to get hit.
Well, that goes back to the bigger discussion here of just the problem that Texas is having right now. And you brought up Ruger Riojas, who had a second straight horrible start for Texas. I didn't think he could do worse than what he did in the series opener in Fayetteville, but he did a lot worse. Now, apparently he was battling an illness. There was some sort of bug that was going around the Texas locker room early last week, and maybe Riojas wasn't at 100% health-wise going into that start on Friday, but he was out there. And he got 1 out. He gave up 6 runs. He walked 4. He gave up 3 hits and pitched 1/3 of an inning before Texas had to go to the bullpen. And you just can't have that in any game, let alone a series opener when you're trying to set the tone and you're trying to win a conference title. So, Ruger Riojas has been great for Texas. He started the year in the bullpen. He moved to the Sunday starter early on in conference play. He was very good there. And his first start as the Friday night guy was great. I mean, he 5 2/3 scoreless against A&M in a very emotional series with a raucous crowd. Like, he was lights out. And it's like, all right, maybe we'll be just fine without Jared Spencer. But the 2 starts since then have been a problem. And you wonder if Jim Schlossnagle can afford to continue to trot Ruger Riojas in these series openers. And there's only one left in the regular season, but
I couldn't do it. This one means too much. I got to have.
uh,
I don't care. I don't care if I bring the Saturday guy in. I know the Sunday guy hasn't been much better, but I got to be very, very careful. You know,
that's the problem. That's why it's a tougher decision for Schloss
Sure.
because look, Luke Harrison continues to pitch well on Saturday. That was the game that Texas won over the weekend. He was great, but yeah, Jason Flores, who's a freshman, like learning, still getting
Sure.
better, but he has not been very good in his last couple of starts either. I mean, he only pitched 2 and change in yesterday's series finale. He was walking guys, he was hitting guys. He just didn't have the command. And it's like, well, if the Sunday guy's pitching well, then you just flip-flop the Sunday and the Friday guy, or you move every. Now it's like, well, two of your 3 starters are not giving you very good chances to win right now. And that's a bad place to be with 1 week left.
That's a bad place to be, but I need momentum in game 1. And whether I win that game or not, I can't look the way the Fridays have looked the last 2 weeks. Just I can't do. First of all, I can't do it to the team, and I don't want to do it to the player.
Right.
Because that's a young guy that's a talented guy that's going to be okay. That, once again, you hit some rough times, but guess what? You can't screw it up because of tough times. It's baseball. Everybody's going to have, you're not going undefeated in baseball. You're going to have your rough times, but I can't, for the sake of the team, I don't think I can do it 3 Fridays in a row.
No. Yeah, I mean, you're trying to win a championship.
Right.
If this is earlier in the year, then okay, you can let your guys try to work through it a little bit.
And if it's the Texas team we thought that was going to happen to him, and he's learning and early in the season, well, it's not. It's the team that's trying for a championship now. So you got to do everything you can.
Yeah, trying to win a conference title, trying to hold on to a top 8 national seed. I mean, hell, you still have a chance to be the number 1 overall seed going into the tournament. But obviously being a top 8 means you get to host every regional and super regional game that you would play in. So, yeah, there's a lot at stake. And I'm not saying Ruger Riojas should be blackballed, that he shouldn't pitch anywhere. But, yeah, I think, here's the problem. Like, Luke Harrison has been your day 2 starter all season long, and he's clearly your best starter that you have right now. But this is another Thursday to Saturday series coming up. There's no midweek game, so Texas won't play again until Thursday in Norman. Luke Harrison has been used to a full week of days in between starts. Now, he already has to go Saturday to Friday because it's the quick series.
Right.
If you tell him to start game 1, he's got to go Saturday to Thursday. You cannot risk that guy getting hurt. So I don't think Schloss is going to do that. Like, I get it. You want to throw your best guy. I understand that logic, but you're really shortening the turnaround time for, pitchers are such creatures of habit. They've got their routines. I don't know if you can afford to do that with Luke Harrison right now.
Yeah, but I can't lose the momentum of game 1 either. And that guy was at home last Friday. I was thinking, you know what? He's going to be okay. He's going to figure this out at home, big series against Florida. And like you said, he was bad or worse than he was the week before. I did not expect that.
Yeah.
I think these bean balls are ridiculous.
Yeah. Excuse me, Buck. Yeah. No, I mean, he's just no command and giving up just big hit after big hit. He got one out. Like you want your starter to give you, 5, 6, 7 innings, and Ruger Riojas couldn't even get through the first.
It was 6-0 before you blinked. I was like, what just happened here?
Yeah. It was, before Texas even got a chance to bat, that's what the score was. So you're not going to win a whole lot of games when you spot your opponents a 6 spot in the top of the first.
Do you have anybody in the bullpen? Do you have anybody that can come out and start you that way so you don't lose your Saturday starter? I mean, if you're on the road, I mean, that place is going to be crazy there.
Yeah. I think Max Scruggs is your answer that you're looking.
Do you start him? You mean you start him on Friday?
Yeah, I mean he started games in his career. He started games this year.
Can you get 4 innings out of that dude?
I'd start him on Thursday, by the way. The opener is Thursday.
Okay, Thursday. Yeah. Do you get 4 or 5 innings out of him? Hopefully.
Well, Grubbs pitched yesterday in relief of Jason Flores, and he gave you 4 2/3 and gave up, just 2 runs, 1 of them earned. So he's been such a weapon out of the bullpen, right? I mean, when Texas had its full complement of starters, it was, Max Grubbs and Dylan Volantis getting you through the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. So you hate taking Grubbs out of the back end, but yeah, I mean, you can't be, again, giving teams these huge leads and playing catch up all game long, every game.
Yeah, and I don't, and it's not just the pitching. The hitting has been just kind of.
Yeah, it's all bad. It's all bad right now. Like, Texas has scored 17 runs in their last 6 SEC games. That's less than 3 per game. So for as bad as the pitching has been, and it's been bad, like, Texas's offense has fallen in a rut right now too. And that's where it's like, if Max Ballou can come back, and it sounds like he's trending to return this weekend. Of course, we're talking about a preseason All-American and the reigning Big 12 Player of the Year. If you get that guy back,
yeah,
I mean, that's just a huge shot in the arm for an offense that desperately needs it. You know, Texas, again, same thing with Jared Spencer. Like, the first few weeks without him, they were fine. First few weeks without Max Ballou, hell, Texas was playing great. That's when they rose up to the number 1 ranking in the country. But now the offense is falling on hard times, and yeah, like getting Max Ballou back, even if he's not quite 100%, would be huge for this whole operation.
Well, yeah, they need him in the lineup right now.
17 runs in the last 6 games. And I know Florida's been playing some pretty good ball, and they've got some future big league pitchers, but I mean, that's still a team that was 14th in the conference in ERA going into the weekend. And man, to call a spade, the only game Texas won, they got gifted a 2-hour rain delay on Saturday. Texas was down 2-0 in the 5th inning. Florida starter was cruising, but anytime you have a long rain delay, you got to take the pitcher out. So Florida had to take its pitcher out, and Texas got to the Gators bullpen in the 6th right after the delay. If that delay doesn't happen, we might be talking about a sweep here. I don't know.
Now, who does Arkansas end up with? What kind of series do they have? Are they back home?
Yeah, well, it's Arkansas and LSU that are now both 2 games back.
Yeah.
So you've got to deal with 2 teams right now. Arkansas hosts Tennessee, who's really, well, Tennessee's actually been playing like crap lately.
Yeah.
I got to double check and see who LSU plays.
Arkansas at home will be tough.
You got 2 teams now.
Arkansas at home will be tough.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know. I mean, Arkansas is probably going to win that series. I would think they'll take 2 of 3. But Texas's magic number is 2. So any combination of Texas wins and Arkansas losses, and I think LSU losses, that equals 2, will give Texas the SEC championship outright. So once again, the Longhorns control their own destiny. It's a spot that anybody would have signed up for at the start of the year. And again, thanks to LSU, because if Arkansas had swept LSU this weekend, then we're talking about something completely different this morning. But Texas got the help it needed, and the Longhorns at least won 1 game in this Florida series to where they still control their own destiny, and they still have a very, very good opportunity.
Yeah, we'll have to be nicer to LSU people once if they've helped us out in the very end here. So we'll have to lay off the, like, that's a thing. Peeing on the floor really is just a thing. That's all.
It is a thing. It's a bad thing.
It's a terrible thing.
Yeah, you just don't need to pee on the floor, man. You've got toilets there, you know? Like,
I don't know. Maybe they're for making gumbo in. I don't know.
They're peeing in the gumbo?
Maybe no, the toilets. Maybe that's where they get the gumbo. That's their pot for the gumbo. Maybe that's why they don't pee in the toilet. They just pee around it.
I like gumbo, man. Don't do that. Don't be saying they're making gumbo in toilets now. It's going to freak me out.
No, we have to be nice to those people. Those people are helping us out here. How'd the Aggies do over the weekend? How's their baseball program?
Well, this is the silver lining, I guess, in what happened.
No, there's no silver lining for Texas.
No, the silver lining is they control their own destiny in the SEC.
Yes.
That's a huge silver lining. It's like, as bad as they
right.
played the last 2 weeks, they were so good the previous 7 that they're in a spot that every other team in the conference would love to be in. I don't think Texas will be number 1 in the country, but like, they're still going to be a top 3 to 5 team in the polls, and they're still the top 1 team in the SEC right now. So that's the silver lining. But yeah, if you're an Aggie hater, which I think most Texas fans are, you could celebrate the fact that Texas A&M got swept by Missouri. You know, Mizzou.
No, they're the worst. They're the worst in the SEC. That's a fluke. Hey, that's a fluke.
Look, Mizzou was 0-24 in the SEC going into Friday, and they beat A&M not once. Like, losing once to Mizzou is embarrassing. Nobody else has done that. Then they lost a series on Saturday, and then they got swept. Like A&M's not
Wow.
even a lock to make the tournament. A&M is like fighting for its tournament lives, and they just got swept by like the worst team in major college baseball this year. The worst team in SEC history, as CB says. They
Wow.
swept them. So awesome. The Aggies are now 10-17 in the SEC. They're 27-23 on the year.
Wow.
You've got players' parents taking to social media to defend the coach, basically saying that if something happens to the coach, all the players are going to leave, so you better keep the coach around. But obviously, Aggie fans are watching Texas, maybe win the SEC, and then watching them maybe miss the tournament with their first-year head
The
coach.
coach has the backing of the parent. The parents are having to say, you better keep the coach.
That's what's happening right now.
That's great.
So,
I like that in-house. That's fun.
That is crazy. Mizzou swept A&M. They were winless in 8 conference series. They hadn't won a single game. And they played some not so great teams, too. And they couldn't beat anybody.
We should not like the misery of others. That's bad.
No, that's what college sports are all about. You root for your teams, but you also relish in your rivals' failures. That's the best part of being a sports fan. You kidding me?
I hated being the Sooners this week because that place is going to be a madhouse.
It is Oklahoma baseball. It won't be as bad as Arkansas. I promise you that. I mean, they hate Texas, but it's not going to be that level of crazy.
But they're not playing bad right now either, are they?
They got swept by Kentucky this weekend.
They're playing bad.
They're better than A&M. Like they're a lock to make the tournament. Oklahoma was ranked last week. They probably won't be anymore because they got swept. But Kentucky's a solid team. But they're good enough to beat you. I think Lake Travis is good enough to beat Texas the way Texas is playing right now.
Yeah, you're right.
So if the Longhorns are the team that we've seen once again these last 2 weekends, then they could very easily lose to Oklahoma 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 3. So they gotta look in the mirror more. I mean, yeah, OU got swept and Texas is better than them, but Texas is they're struggling a little bit.
Yeah, they really are. That's no fun watching that. And what happened in softball? I mean, I saw a bunch of weird stuff happen. I saw a cancellation of a game that
Oh my God,
gave the number 1 and number 2 team like some championship. I'm like, what is this?
Well, here's your nightmare as a Texas fan, right? Like Texas got ruled by A&M on Friday. We talked about that game, the SEC.
Was that the 14-2 deal or something?
Yeah, the SEC tournament semifinal, and Texas A&M didn't play in the regular season, so there was like huge buildup. It's just like, oh, they never met in the regular year. It's the first Longhorn Aggie softball game, and what's going to happen? And yeah, A&M they scored 6 runs before Texas even got an out in that game.
It looks like the men's baseball team here for a while.
Yeah, honestly, that's what it was. It was ugly. So A&M wins. They go to the final. Oklahoma beats Arkansas. They go to the final. And then the championship game gets rained out. And they say, oh, instead of like postponing this, we're just going to say that both A&M and Oklahoma are conference champions this year.
Is that the first time they've ever had a shared championship?
I would be lying if I told you I know the history of the SEC softball
I've got to
tournament.
believe it's the first time ever. I mean, you would play that game at midnight somewhere in a parking lot, wouldn't you?
That is the saddest shit I've ever heard. That's the most everyone gets a trophy. Like, aren't conference championships supposed to mean something?
In the SEC, that's the weirdest thing. I heard that. I'm like, wait a minute. Number 2 gets to get a championship?
Yeah. I guess. I mean, A&M Oklahoma won the regular season championship, and they won that one outright. But, yeah, they are both co-champions for the SEC tournament.
No, I would think the regular season champ gets to be the champ. If you're going to do anything, the regular season champ gets to be the tournament champ too. That's bull.
Well, that's not what happens. Everyone's got to get a trophy now, and it's almost like those two schools got together and were like, oh, we could both win? Oh, and we can stick it to Texas?
Oh, yeah. Oh, there you go.
Let's do that. Yeah, it's bad enough that one of them had to win it, but both of them get credit for it? They both get to claim a conference title now? Are you kidding me?
Aggies have to be so happy with that.
I've always questioned. Look, I like sports, so I like watching more sports. So I'm cool with conference tournaments existing. But it's always like, to me, the real conference champion is the team that wins it all in the regular season, right? Because you got to go through months of a grind
Sure.
to win it.
Not some weekend deal, not some 4-day, 3-day deal.
Right. And I'm always like very adamant to say when a team wins its conference tournament, they're not conference champs, they're conference tournament champs. Like it's a huge, huge difference to me. But like I've always been like the tournaments don't really matter that much, but I'm not gonna argue to get rid of them because I like watching more sports and whatever. You get some fun games there. That's awesome. But like you are really bolstering the argument against needing conference tournaments if you're just gonna say we're not even gonna try to play the game a day or two later. We're just gonna declare both teams co-champs. Give me a break. It just means more. It just means less. SEC.
Yeah.
Miss me with that.
Yeah.
That
I saw that. I'm like, wait a minute, that's weird. Go play the game at 4:00 in the morning somewhere. The girls will be ready to get up and go play, wouldn't they?
Don't the girl they want to cheer in the dugout?
See, come on, man.
Oh, they do. They're cheering, man. They're having fun. They're rooting for their team. But it's a nonstop cheer fest in college softball. That's for sure.
Wow.
They want to win, don't they? Aren't the players like a little upset?
Oh, yeah, I got to believe the players would be disappointed.
Yeah,
I got to share this. If I'm the number one team during the year, I got to share this with you.
I don't
know. Because of the rain?
I don't know how it happens, man. I don't know if the teams got together and agreed to do this or if the SEC just made an executive decision or what the deal was. But, yeah, the game didn't happen. And, oh, by the way, A&M is your number 1 national seed in the college softball tournament, and Oklahoma is your number 2 national seed in the college softball tournament. Texas is the number 6 national seed, by the way. So the Longhorns' path to the Women's College World Series will go through Austin. And the regional starts on Friday. It'll be Texas, UCF, Michigan, and Eastern Illinois. Those are the 4 teams in the Austin regional that will get going this weekend. If Texas wins the Austin regional, they will host the winner of the Clemson regional. Clemson, the 11 seed in college softball. 7 of the top 8 national seeds in softball are SEC teams. 7 of the top 8, including the top 4. And then Texas is number 6, right behind Florida State, who is the 1 national seed not in this conference. Wow. 14 teams got in, Buck. There are only 15 SEC teams that play college softball. Vanderbilt does not have a softball program. Weird. I don't know why. I guess Title IX or something. But everybody but Mizzou got in to the NCAA softball tournament. And then, of course, Mizzou is 3-24 in SEC baseball. So, way to go, Tigers. Really holding up your end of the bargain.
Texas rowing is that another championship? What championship is that? Is that a natty?
No, it's a conference. Natties are coming up, but Texas rowing won the SEC. It's 10 straight.
No tie there.
No tie there. No, rowing's a real sport.
There you go.
I'm calling out softball. Where's Kat Osterman? We need to talk to Kat Osterman maybe this week. I'd get her thoughts on Texas softball going into the tournament. But like no shared in rowing. Way to go, ladies. How about 10 straight conference titles for Texas rowing? Obviously, this is the first in the SEC, but new conference, no problem.
Just like everything else.
Just like everything else. So, yeah, light the tower for the Texas rowing squad. They just continue to row at a high level. Buck.
There you go.
There's my rowing knowledge there. Remember, I used to kayak out on Town Lake.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you can get past the bodies, you can get the sailing is smooth unless you hit a body in Town Lake somewhere.
Yeah, I always wanted to stumble on a body
out there.
Yeah, I was disappointed. I would go pretty early in the morning
just to see if there's any bodies from the night before.
But yeah, I would go because it was spring and summertime. It was 90 to 100 degrees outside in the afternoon. So I'm like, I'm going to go early. This is when I was doing the afternoon show with Rod and KD. And it's like, all right, I'll go out there on the water. I'll be out there by like 7 or 8.
Figure some drunken fool would have taken a chance swimming in that madness.
And I was hoping the Rainy Street Killer has had to have deposited a body here, right? Yeah, someone stumbled off the bridge. There's got to be something for me to see. No?
No.
Never anything.
A couple dead dogs and some fish laid upside down. That's about it.
I did see some dead fish, and I did see the Texas rowing team like every morning, and I saw them for like a half second because they would blow by me and then never
And they
be seen
get
again.
going. They go early in the morning.
No, yeah, they get after it, man. They get after it, and I see why, and I see that it works.
There
So
you go.
yeah, a lot of good from the 40 acres this weekend.
Let that be a lesson to you to get up there a little earlier before this show. Get your rowing in on Town Lake. That's over with.
Yeah, that's. I'm not getting up that early. It's like being out there at like 4:30.
No, I don't want to be around that place at dark.
No, all the homeless roaming around Town Lake, all the trail, all the drugs and shit and all that
People
other stuff.
pissing on you when you're going down the trail. No thanks.
Don't need that. Yeah, jumping in the water would be safer than hanging out on the trail.
That's for sure.
All right, so there you go. There's your 40 acres week recap. Tough weekend for Texas baseball, but they're still in a good spot. Texas softball knows its tournament path. And congrats to Texas rowing. And congrats to Texas men's tennis as well. I knew I was forgetting something. The Longhorns are headed to the Elite Eight. They swept the fake UT on Friday. I was watching some of this. Texas wins 4-0 over Tennessee. The Longhorns headed to the Elite Eight for the 5th time in the last 6 years. They will play UCLA on Friday for a spot in the Final Four. The Texas women's tennis team lost in the Sweet 16 to Michigan over the weekend. Great year for the women's tennis team. 5 straight Sweet 16s for them. Unfortunately, their run came to an end, but the Texas men still dancing. They are off to the Elite Eight.
Good job.
So congrats to Bruce Burke and company for getting that done. All right. Go to text line, 512-222-9328. Got a bunch of texts. We'll clean those up in a second. We'll get to some of the other big stories. We got to talk NHL and NBA playoffs and let the Buck know how he did on his unit plays from the weekend. But before any of that, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults. Those ankles start to get bad. Those knees start to get bad. Spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, Dr. Daney, Dr. Stockton, dedicated orthopedic surgeons. They're really good people, too. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. For more information, visit txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to them. Also, some love to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. If you're looking to upgrade your home here in 2025, make it happen with McCall Custom Homes. New kitchen, new bathroom. Maybe you want to add some new life to your outdoor space. Maybe you've got
new baby room.
There you go. I was going to say, maybe you've got a growing family that needs, you need to add on to the house, maybe a second story, maybe just another room so you could stop putting baby in the corner.
Yes.
McCall Custom Homes, they've got your back. Custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been here in Central Texas for more than 40 years. They're not a fly-by-night company. They're not a California company that just decided to move here like everybody else. No, they started in the Austin area. They have stayed in the Austin area, so they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly special. Don't just take our word for it. Check out their 5-star reviews online and go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com, and look at the gallery of projects they've done over the last 40 years. You can get some ideas for your home, then you can reach out to them. Again, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. They're doing free estimates to TSU listeners. So you go fill out a form online on that website. They will reach out to you. They'll come to your place. They'll hear your vision. They'll tell you their vision, and you can go from there. Again, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
And our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway, folks. Check them out for all your alcohol needs. There you'll find Matthew McConaughey's tequila is there. That's right. And they also want to thank them for sponsoring the wheelbarrow of booze. Yeah. You think Matthew McConaughey's tequila is making in that wheelbarrow? Sorry. That's the real good stuff. You're going to get some other stuff in that wheelbarrow of booze, but it will be loaded. Thanks to the guys over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway. They are wholesale distributors. They can get it out to your big gathering, or if you just want to stop by the store, do stop by the store and say hello to the folks there. They've got everything you need for all of your alcohol needs.
Yes, they do. They've got the Altstadt beer there.
Oh, yes, they do have that for sure.
I had some Altstadt. Where was I? Oh, I went to Kelly's Irish Pub.
That's going to make it into the wheelbarrow of booze.
There you go.
Or that Altstadt beer.
We're going to have plenty of cases of Altstadt out there at the Mullet Open on Friday, and you better get them quick. Otherwise, I will be drinking them.
Yes, he will.
And they will be gone. While y'all are all out playing golf, I'm going to be at the lazy river just pounding OLIPOP.
Pounding
Or not
Altstadt.
OLIPOP, Altstadt. I might drink an OLIPOP in there too, but I'll be pounding the Altstadt. But I had some Altstats at Kelly's over the weekend, watching some playoff sports. And look, I love Altstadt. Y'all know that. I've been talking about Altstadt for years. It's the only beer that I've drank for years. And if you haven't tried it yet, you are probably tired of hearing me talk about it, number one. But number two, you're also missing out. You're robbing your taste buds and you're robbing your body of a great, clean beer. Altstadt checks every box, brewed locally in Fredericksburg, easy to find, not overly priced, tastes great. They've got a bunch of different brews, and there are no additives or preservatives in any of the Altstadt family of beers. It's why their slogan is no impurities, no regrets. You're not putting any bad stuff into your system. It's a good tasting beer that you're going to enjoy drinking, but also you're going to enjoy the feeling the next day because you don't have that crap that's going to make you feel awful the morning after. Get you some the next time you're at 34 Wine and Spirits or any grocery store that sells beer. It is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Yeah, CB, McConaughey has a tequila that's out, I believe. I think that's what it is.
It's, I think, Pantalones tequila.
Pantalones, yes.
He posted some weird, him and his wife posted some weird pictures yesterday on social media, like in an effort to promote their tequila. It's like the two of them hanging out in their kitchen or in a kitchen.
In their underwear?
They're wearing pajamas, but they're wearing no bottoms. And they've got to like blur it out so you can't, but it's like an obvious, it's like an obvious blur. And I guess because the name of the tequila is, Pantalones, pants, I guess that's the bit. And it was like, I
wear pants, but I don't wear any pantalones. That's for the Panthers. No, it's not
the Black Panther. What do you mean? What Panthers?
No, it's not for the Panthers. That's the Florida Panthers. We have different. That's different. I get those hockey teams all mixed up.
Oh,
but I do get the wins, don't I?
You're getting a hockey team confused with a tequila.
They're all pantalones. The panties, Carolina panties.
You have called them the Carolina Panties and the Florida Panties a couple of times.
Yes, the Panthers. Yes, not the panties.
It was a solid weekend for you.
Yes.
And you had 75,000 units on the line. You went up 5,000 units.
Wow.
So just barely in the money.
Sorry about that, Stars. I knew that was happening to you.
Well, it's all right. Like, good call. You had the Jets in game 2, but the Stars bounced back in game 3 yesterday and ran away from lose-a-peg in the third period. So, you had the Jets in game 2. You got that right. Here's what you got right. And you only had games for Friday and Saturday. So disregard everything that happened yesterday. We'll talk about those games in a second. You picked the Nuggets to win game 3.
Yes.
And they did. You picked them to cover the 5.5. They were dogs. They won that game outright. You had the Jets in hockey to beat the Stars in game 2. You had the Panthers in hockey to win game 3 against the Leafs. And you had 15,000 units. That was your biggest play. That's the reason you're in the money. 15,000 units on the Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers of Carolina to beat the Washington Capitals in game 3. Those were your hits. Your misses, you had Indiana plus 3.5 in game 3. They won by 7,000 yesterday in game 4.
Yes, they did.
But they lost by 7,000 in game 3, so you missed that. You had the Knicks plus 5.5 against Boston in game 3. That was never close.
Why was that? What was wrong with me? I mean, seriously, were they going to really go up 3-0 on the Celtics?
No, they got crushed, and they're going to lose tonight. It's going to be
they are. They're about to get crushed again, aren't they?
Yeah. This is the one that hurts. You got screwed by one. I thought you won it. I had to double check the line, and my double checking cost you. You had Minnesota against Golden State in that Saturday night game 3. Minnesota won the game. They were 5.5-point favorites.
They win by 4?
They won by 5.
What do you mean? What do you get? Where do you get off throwing in a half? Where's the hook? Why am I getting a hook from you? That's not right.
Where do you get off?
Yes, throwing the hook in there.
It's all from our friends at Circa Sports and ESPN. I checked the line. They both had 5.5 for that game. So don't shoot the messenger here.
God.
That one hurt. That was 10,000 units there. And you also had the Oilers in game 3 against Vegas. I don't know if you saw that one.
I saw the Vegas, yes.
Vegas scored with 0.4 seconds left.
I saw that. Yeah, was that a deflection?
Own goal.
Own goal.
Off the stick of Leon Draisaitl, who scores a lot of goals for his team and apparently for the other team.
Yeah,
too.
really.
So, yeah, you ended up going 4-4, but you did get your 15,000 unit max play correct. So that's why you're up 5,000 for the weekend. You're up 13,000 total for the postseason. You've been in a bit of a rut, but you did go back up in the money.
Where are the Stars at? Are they at home?
Yeah, but so you got some games tonight, 4 games total. We'll get your picks, and then we'll kind of recap some of the action from around the postseasons. We'll start in the NBA. You got 2 basketball games. Game 4, Boston, New York.
I'll go ahead. What's the line going to be? Don't give me that 8.5. Don't even go that high.
6.5.
I'll take Boston for 15,000 units tonight.
Okay. Boston. The road team has won every game in that series.
Yeah, I like Tatum O'Neal. He's feeling it again.
Hey, Tatum O'Neal.
Yeah, Jason Tatum, yeah. Finally.
What, Jack Tatum?
Jack Tatum can finally hit a shot.
Yeah, that was a nice bounce back for the C's the other day. You also have
15,000 units. How's that?
15K. All right, that ties for your biggest play of the postseason so far. And I think you've been pretty good on those 15,000 unit plays, which is good. You also have game 4 of the Wolves-Warriors series. Still no Steph Curry. That game, I mean, Golden State had a lead in the 4th quarter. They didn't get run out of the building, but they fell apart down the stretch, and they clearly missed their Hall of Fame point guard.
We're in Minnesota now?
Still in Golden State. Wolves, 5.5-point favorites there. Again, that was the exact line on Saturday. They won by 5.
I'll take a 5,000 unit play on the Wolves.
I'll learn from your mistakes.
No, that half sucks, though.
It does suck. 5,000 on the Wolves. All right, and then 2 games in the NHL tonight. Game 4, Washington at Carolina.
5,000 on the Panthers.
What?
Oh, the Panties.
Oh, not Carolina Panthers. It's not football season yet.
Carolina. I'll take Carolina. The Hurricanes.
There it is.
I'll take the Hurricanes.
Oh my! You know
5,000 unit play on the Hurricanes.
I'll be very nice to you. I shouldn't just give you money line on that because Carolina's minus 240. It's such an easy gift, but I'll be nice to you. I'll give you that.
Yes, I'll just take what the line is. Sorry.
You also have game 4, Vegas at Edmonton. The road team has won every game in that series.
I'll take the Oilers for another 5,000 unit play.
You think that trend changes and the home team gets it done?
Yes.
Okay, so 30,000 units on the line. Your big play, Boston minus 6.5. You've got Minnesota, and then you've got Carolina and Edmonton on the ice. Fade accordingly.
Yeah, the Knicks looked bad yesterday. Wow.
Yes, they did.
They looked terrible.
That was, I think that was Saturday, but doesn't change.
Yeah, they looked kind of lost. They did. They looked, they were. It looked like a team that thought, you know what, we'll do what we've done so far in the first 2 games. We'll come back in the second half and destroy this group. And the Celtics just D'd them up.
Yeah, it wasn't happening on Saturday.
No.
And man, that's so Knicks, isn't it? Like
yes.
that was their biggest home game in a long time. They're up 2-0.
They needed to get out and win that game.
Everybody knows how much New York hates Boston and vice versa. They're up 2-0 against like their bitter rivals, and they've got them on the ropes. And I mean, that crowd, I had a buddy who was at that game, and he said like that crowd early on was electric. It was like the loudest he had ever heard the Garden. And the Celtics go up 16 points in the first quarter. And then they go up by like 25 at halftime.
Dude, there was one time they were up 30-something,
yeah,
31.
They pushed it to 30+, and it's like classic Knicks, like their biggest home game in so long, and they just lay the egg of all eggs. And it wasn't the most disappointing performance of the weekend. What Cleveland did yesterday was the most disappointing thing I've ever seen. Like, it wasn't that bad, but for the Knicks, boy, they better win tonight, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, don't let it get tied up.
Because all that work they did to go into TD Garden and win those first 2 games, doesn't it all go for naught? Like,
Yeah,
if it's
because they're not going to
2-2,
win. They're not going to win anything back there again.
I don't think so. Yeah, if it's 2-2 and it's a best of 3 with Boston having home court, like,
No.
I think that's nighty night to New York. And I'm with you. I tend to lean Boston in this game tonight too. So, yeah, expect a bounce back. I think expect a closer game. But
What was Jaylen Brown's numbers like? I thought he was more involved. He was hitting his threes too.
yeah, 19 points for Jaylen Brown, 22 for Tatum. Peyton Pritchard had a good day off the bench. I mean, it was kind of equal opportunity for Boston. Like, no one had an otherworldly performance, but they
Everybody
made
played well.
Well, they made their threes. Like, they missed 45 threes in game 1, NBA record. They missed 33s in game 2, and they shoot 50%. They go 20 of 40 from 3 in game 3.
Yeah, that works for you.
And meanwhile, the Knicks, they go 5 of 25 from 3. So that's all NBA is right now. All NBA basketball is like, who makes your threes? If you make your threes, you're going to win the game.
No, because
And
they don't ever pound it inside.
no, not anymore. Now guys will pass up wide open layups to take contested
Oh
threes.
yeah, it's incredible.
It is incredible. Yeah, what Cleveland did yesterday. I mean, Cleveland killed Indiana in game 3. And it's like, all right, they're back on track. They're healthy again. They've got their full complement of players back. They were favorites on the road in game 4 in Indianapolis. I thought they were going to win that game yesterday. They were down 80-39 at halftime.
I know they scored 80 points.
That's a 41-point halftime lead. Like, in a damn near a must-win game. Everyone knows the stats. Teams that go down 3-1 in the NBA playoffs lose 95% of the time.
For your friends and not can let it have 80 at half.
Right. Yeah. I mean, honestly, it was just, I couldn't believe what I was seeing from Cleveland yesterday. The number 1 seed, a team that won 64 games in the regular year. They just, how do you do that?
Shit bums.
A bunch of shit bums. And then Donovan Mitchell got hurt too.
What was his deal? Is he?
I don't know. I think he could have played in the second half. It was an ankle injury. And I think he looked at the scoreboard and was like, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to risk anything worse. We're not winning this game. Let me just make sure I'm okay for a game 5 elimination game in a couple of days. So I think that was like, I expect him to play tomorrow, I think, is when that 5th game will take place.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the same thing with like Towns with the Knicks. I mean, I saw him hurt his hand and I was thinking, he's going to pull himself out of this game because they're getting that crap beat out. But he hung in there pretty good.
Yeah, he did. He did. And look,
he was shaking his hand the whole game. I wonder if he dislocated something and it popped back in. Maybe that's what it was. Because I was thinking they maybe dislocated a finger, but it popped back in, and he just kept on playing.
Maybe. Yeah,
because he was shaking that left hand bad.
With the NBA, you never know.
No, because dude, as soon as he went in, he then went into the lane and made a shot. With contact. And I'm like, is that hand really hurt? Nope. Then he came back up the court shaking his hand again. I'm like, come on, dude.
So when things aren't going well, NBA players have a tendency to get hurt, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They get sniped generally.
More than any other sports. Yeah, shout out to Lifetime Longhorn.
Except for soccer.
Yeah, it never happens in soccer. Shout out to Lifetime Longhorn Miles Turner, 20 points yesterday. He's been great in this series. And Indiana, they're a win away from making their 2nd straight conference final. Got to give Rick Carlisle some love.
Shoot a jumper. Miles Turner shoots those 3-pointers too. He shoots a lot of jumpers.
Yeah, he's a complete game. I mean, he's getting paid handsomely, but he's earned it. He has become one of the better big men in the league. And you're right, he has evolved his game. He's a force on defense. He's a great rebounder, and he can knock down some threes too. So he's a great player. Rick Carlisle's a great coach.
He's an aggressive young guy, man. He goes to the boards and he will block your shot. If you're not careful, he'll come from behind you and make, and shot block. He's pretty good at the rim too.
Yeah, he's a good player. He is a good player. Miles Turner is now 29 years of age.
Wow.
Been in the league for a minute. I think 2015 is when he got drafted. So decade. Yeah.
It seems like only about 4 years with that dude.
Rick Barnes coached that guy at Texas. Think about how long it's been since he was here.
Man.
Yeah, Turner's been in the league for a minute, but still getting it done at a very high level. And Rick Carlisle, of course, won the championship with the Mavs in 2011. He's a great coach. And Cleveland has way more talent than Indiana does. No, Indiana beat the Knicks in the second round last year to get to the conference finals. I thought the Knicks had more talent than the Pacers did last year, but Indiana's got enough. It's a good team. Don't get me wrong. They won 50 games this year. Halliburton's very good. Siakam's very good. We just talked about Miles Turner, but Indiana's got a coaching advantage against a lot of teams that they play against, and it's showing right now in this series. Atkinson's done a great job in Cleveland. I think he was just named Coach of the Year, and he deserves it for what they did in the regular season. But Carlisle's a better coach, and we're seeing that right now.
No doubt.
All right, so there you go. By the way, Oklahoma City won yesterday against Denver. Denver blew it. What a golden opportunity for them. They had an 8-point lead in the fourth quarter yesterday and couldn't hold on. They couldn't make shots yesterday.
Yeah, their big guy was trying to shoot a bunch of threes and just wasn't coming up with them.
Yeah.
He took a lot of threes yesterday.
It was Jokic. Jokic has not played that well in this series. He was great in game one when Denver won, like with that last second 3-pointer.
Right.
But games 2 through 4 have not been MVP-like from the 3-time MVP. And his supporting cast isn't helping him out enough either. No. And look, it's 2-2. They still have a chance to win, but they could have gone up 3-1. Now Oklahoma City's got home court again, and you feel like the balance is kind of tipped to them, and they're the favorites to get it done again. But, golden opportunity for the Denver Nuggets, and they let it slip away yesterday. And shout out to the Dallas Stars, too. I know we mentioned them for a little bit, but nice 5-2 victory for the Dallas Stars to go up 2-1 in that best-of-7 series against the Loser-Peg Jets.
Nice.
Good hockey. 2-2 game after 2. The Stars open it up with 3 goals in the third, including 2 goals in less than a minute. Mikko Rantanen, that guy is bringing me some happiness, man.
Yeah, he is.
Like Dallas traded a generational star when Luka Doncic got shipped out of town for a bag of chips, and a month later they brought in a guy who's playing like a generational star in hockey with Mikko Rantanen on the ice. So it's good. It's good. The city of Dallas needed it, and he's been fantastic for the Stars.
Aaron Rodgers making any decisions?
No, it's only May 12th.
Oh, dude, it's not going to happen. The retirement party is on its way. The big I'm done is coming up very soon. They're not waiting for him, and they're not waiting for him in Pittsburgh. They're moved on.
What are they going to do? Who's playing quarterback in Pittsburgh?
Rudolph.
They're going to run it back with that guy? Why?
Because they can.
Are they trying to tank? The Steelers don't tank. They always win 9 games.
Yeah, that's the problem with them. You're right.
Yeah. So, even with Mason Rudolph there, they'll somehow, some way find a way to go over 500 because that's just what Mike Tomlin does. But, I don't like the Steelers, so I hope they stay where they're at. I hope they run it with Mason Rudolph.
Yeah, unless Mike Tomlin goes deep, this is his final year too.
Think they'll fire him?
I think he'll be done with it.
The Steelers are like Texas baseball, and I get it. Texas baseball did just fire a coach, but the Steelers don't like to change coaches.
No, they really, really don't. No,
it's like literally in the last 50 years. What? It's Chuck Noll, it's Bill Cowher, and it's Mike Tomlin.
Yes.
The Browns change coaches every year. You got teams that change coaches all the time, and the Steelers
change quarterbacks and coaches every year.
And the Steelers just don't. They don't do it. So maybe it's Mike Tomlin being like, "I am tired of this."
Well, I think more so. You're right about that.
Yeah, because I think he could get another job somewhere else if he wanted to.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He's a Super Bowl winning coach we're talking about here. But I think Rodgers is still going to end up in Pittsburgh. He's just dragging this thing out for another month, 2 months, 3 months.
God.
Rookie camp is starting. Obviously, that doesn't really impact Rodgers, but you've got football activities happening now.
You could come around. You could come around the facility.
He could. Well, he's not on a team right now, so I don't know. I guess he could. I'm sure if he wants to meet with Steelers brass.
That guy is living in a cave somewhere. He's doing some cave work.
Who knows what that guy's doing right now? I don't know if I want to know, but just brace yourself. He's playing this year.
Nah.
Yeah, it'll happen. All right, go to text line 512-222-9328. Back to the Oklahoma and A&M shared softball championship in the SEC. Sharing equals caring in the SEC was one text we get. 512 number says they don't want Oklahoma in the first year to win the SEC tournament, so they just threw that bone to A&M.
Could have been. There you go.
Because OU already won the regular season title, and it's like, oh, we can't have the new guys come in here and win. That's why
You can't
Texas
continue
had
to let the new guys take over.
That's why Texas had like 15 penalties called in the first half against them in the SEC championship game against Georgia. We got to make sure the sanctity of the conference gets protected here. Maybe that's the bit. I don't know. And another Coda texter says, BK, I'm now an OLIPOP fan. Wanted to get away from the unhealthy soda, so I tried OLIPOP, found some flavors that I really love. A great alternative to the healthy, sugar-loaded sodas.
There you go.
There you go. Shout out to OLIPOP as we start our next round of sponsor shout-outs.
And I need that badly because of what I ate yesterday. I ate so much. I mean, I was eating seafood at like 11 in the morning, and I generally don't eat that kind of food. I don't generally eat seafood and stuff. I had prime ribs, seafood, hush puppies. I was getting after it. So I'm going to need some OLIPOP today.
Where were you? Oh, Mother's Day brunch?
Oh, yeah, brunch.
Okay.
I was brunching it, and they had everything. I'm like, they had oysters out. I'm like, oysters? Gulf oysters? I'm thinking Gulf oysters in May. I'm like, I'm not going there.
Hey, it's an aphrodisiac. They want you to take care of mama, you know?
No, it's got to be from Cape Cod or Maine for the oysters. I'm not a Gulf. Do you eat oysters, or you don't really eat them anyway, do you?
No, it's too
I don't
weird
actually
looking.
I don't actually eat oysters. I just put them in my mouth, swish them around, and swallow them. I don't know why I got into that. They're nasty.
It sounds
They're
like
nasty.
you eat them.
I mean, if I wanted to take a big thing, I just suck in my snot and swallow it. But I don't know what it is. I think somebody told me it makes you virile or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's true.
it's an aphrodisiac. That's what it is.
I mean, when I had an afro, that would work, but I don't no longer have an afro, so I don't need an aphrodisiac. You know what I'm saying?
I think your hair has anything to do with it, but
Are you sure?
no, I'm not actually.
I don't like. I'm not a goldfish eater unless it's like redfish or trout. Most of the times I go for the cold water stuff with my cod. Like from McDonald's. I know I can get fresh cod from there, but I don't. Oyster seems to be kind of weird at 11 in the morning. That didn't go down right. They go down and they hit the bottom. It's like boom, boom, and then those little oysters they're swimming around in your belly.
No, they're not swimming. Oh, they're swimming in your belly. I was like, they're not still alive in the shells, are they?
I don't know. I think they're hopefully they're frozen up, but then they come to life inside of your stomach.
Yeah, it's too
Let
gross.
Let that be your next thought when you suck one of those down in a half shell.
You don't chew them? Are you supposed to chew them?
Yeah, people chewing. I mean, I don't chew them. I just kind of swish them and then I swallow them.
Okay. You're a swallower, huh? Not a spitter?
No, I don't spit. I just swallow.
Here's a list of that's gross. Might have to make that a drop. Here's a list of 12 foods that are commonly known as aphrodisiacs for you people out there.
I'll tell you if they're right or wrong.
Okay. Yeah, this is if you're looking to increase your sexual desire libido a little bit, maybe eat these foods to help you out. Oysters.
That's question mark still out there.
Asparagus.
Hell no, it stinks. Makes your pee stink.
I was gonna say, like, you might have the increased sexual desire, but as soon as someone goes to take a leak, it goes right away because the whole house is gonna smell like that.
Yes.
Artichokes.
I'm okay with Artie, but I'm still going to say no.
Artie who? Moreno?
Yeah, artichoke.
Artichoke, got you. Caviar.
Don't do enough of caviar. I wouldn't know about it.
Chocolate.
I'm down with chocolate. Chocolate can get you going. The right kind of chocolate.
Strawberries.
No.
Maybe that's why chocolate-covered strawberries are such a popular bit, you know? It's a good Valentine's Day thing.
Good chocolate alone can do it. Can get a rise out of you.
Okay. Bananas, probably because of the shape, right?
I'm going to say bananas, yes.
Figs.
Figs with cheese, figs alone. No, I'm a fig person. I like figs. I've never Nothing's ever got me going with that.
Just show up with a bunch of Fig Newtons and you'll be good, huh?
Here you go, honey.
Come home with your car, have a giant Fig Newton sticker on the windshield like Ricky Bobby. Now we're
I'm gonna
talking.
say no, it figs.
Okay, pomegranates.
I don't know what to do with a pomegranate, with the little seeds and how hard the shell is. I like pomegranate juice already juiced up, but the pomegranate itself, my wife does something with the little seeds. I don't know what you do with that thing. I have a pomegranate tree that has. You're down on that, right? You're down on the pomegranate.
Not a big pomegranate guy.
Yeah.
Watermelon, you like those?
I don't like to touch it, but I'm good with the watermelon. Yeah, that'll do it. You can play games with a watermelon.
Kind of games? Like seed spitting contests?
Well, yeah, or just put it on somebody. You can splash it on somebody. That's all right.
Okay. Honey. Speaking of games.
What was that?
Honey.
Oh, for sure.
And then chili peppers is the last one on this list.
Red hot chili peppers?
I don't know. Doesn't say red hot. I don't know if the music will get you in the mood, but chili peppers.
By the way, the chili peppers coming here in October. Don't they generally, I mean, aren't they the band that's been here the most, the Red Hot Chili Peppers? Every year my daughter would want to see the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
I don't know. I don't know how much touring they're doing these days.
Are they done finally? After all this time?
They're still making new music. I don't think they're doing yearly tours like they probably did when your kids were a little bit younger.
They used to come to ACL like every year.
Yeah. I haven't seen them live. I would love to because I'm a big fan.
You've never seen them live?
Never seen them live. And that's why I'm like, I don't think they've been here recently because I feel like if they have, they were at ACL maybe a decade ago. But like, I don't know if they've been here in the last couple of years.
That's interesting.
Someone let me know, but I would love to go see them next time they're in town. Hopefully they.
Now Patrick's right. I like fried oysters. Fried oysters will do it for me.
Just because you don't have to deal with the weird eating.
Yeah, the fried ones when you dip into the Tata sauce is good stuff. Yeah, and I'll bite into the fried one. I'm not sucking those down. I'll chew those a little bit. Yes.
I think what scares me the most about oysters is just the way people eat them. They just hold that shell up like you're literally ripping open the inside, and then you're just make that weird sound. It looks gross. It sounds gross. It feels gross. I don't put that
shell in my mouth. I don't do that. I don't take that extra liquid that it's sitting in. No, I take a little fork. I put a little sauce on it, and then I dump it down and I swallow it. I don't chew it.
Yeah, what's the point of eating that?
Of course, you know what oysters eat down below there, what they're sucking in.
Bottom feeders, yeah.
And you're eating their bellies, so that's gross as it is.
Yeah, I'm not a huge bottom feeder guy.
Me either.
Not my bit. Shrimp I can do from time to time, but I don't even do it that much. And then not a crawfish guy, not an oyster guy.
By the way, thanks for that, Patrick. We didn't need to know that.
Oh, nice. Yeah, thank you very much, Patrick. We appreciate that. Hey, some Texas football news. The Longhorns landed a commitment over the weekend.
Very nice.
Happened on Friday afternoon. A 4-star cornerback by the name of Hayward Howard Jr.
Hayward Howard Jr.?
Do you know Hayward Howard Sr.?
No.
You sure sounded like you did.
I like the name, though. I like that for a cornerback.
Okay, that's it. Yeah, he's a Louisiana kid, too. How about 6'2", 175? You like some length from your cornerbacks.
I do, yes. He'll put the weight on.
Texas was one of 4 finalists, LSU, Miami, and Florida State, the others, and Texas got the commitment on Friday. Anytime you can go into the state of Louisiana and steal a kid that LSU wanted, that's a big deal, Buck.
Yes, it is.
And Texas has done that a few times. Obviously, Arch Manning is a prime example of that. But Derek Williams Jr., Wardell Mack, and you look in recent years, Barron Sorrell, one of those guys, Malcolm Roach, another one of those guys. Like, Texas has done a really good job, all things considered, of going into the Bayou State and stealing some recruits away from the Bayou Bengals.
I agree. I like it.
Which is nice. And I was wondering, because Terry Joseph obviously left. He's with the New Orleans Saints now, speaking of Louisiana. That guy had a bunch of NOLA and Louisiana connections. I was wondering, like, all right, is Texas's recruiting about to take a bit of a hit here because Terry Joseph is gone? Well, sounds like the new staff, Mark Orfe and company, Dwayne Aquina, I'm sure, too. They were able to stay on Hayward Howard Jr., and they got him to commit.
I love
So,
it.
love that. He's the 33rd ranked corner in the class of 2026. He is the 6th commitment for Texas in this class, the first defensive player the Longhorns have pledged to this point. They've got a quarterback, they've got a wide receiver, they've got 2 offensive linemen, and they had a long snapper. Now they have themselves a cornerback. So again,
that's right. I can't forget the long snapper.
Don't forget the long snapper. Yeah.
That's right.
What was
Gotta
his name?
have that.
Trot Shaquille O'Neal Jr. or something?
Yeah, you got to have a long snapper.
Yeah, I looked at some pictures of Trot O'Neal. Doesn't quite look like he's related to Shaq, but who
Not
knows?
at all.
Shaq might. And no, it would have had to have been a very white woman.
Really, extremely white, cellophane kind of.
Yeah, like full albino for there to even be a chance of that deal, but I don't think that's happening. So there you go. The good news, we're getting close to June, Buck.
Oh yeah,
that's your big month for Texas recruiting.
Absolutely,
and that would be a huge month because July's a dead period this year. So, like, all of the official visits are going to happen late May, but really throughout the month of June. So, Texas is going to be hosting a ton of targets for 26, 27, and even 28. Make sure you're locked into the Lone Star Playbook. Jordan and Turbo are going to have you covered with all of the inside information that you need every weekday from 10 to 11. But obviously, we'll be talking about it too because recruiting's about to come to the forefront of the Texas football conversation. But, yeah, this thing is about to pick up in a big way. Obviously, the staff is on the road right now, taking plenty of visits with spring football in the rearview mirror. And, yeah, a lot is happening there. But a big-time commit, a big-time pickup for Texas football. 6'2" corner. You can't have enough of those.
No, that's perfect.
Yeah, you just want them
good.
Like
I said, that 175 will be 185, 190. You're fine.
Yeah, he's still got another year of high school, put on a little bit of weight, but he gets here with Torrey Becton. And the good news is Texas is so loaded in the secondary, not only right now, but like they have recruited so well there the last few seasons that like they're probably not going to be in a position where Hayward Howard Jr. has to come in and like, oh, he's got to start right away. Like
but if he's a good athlete, he can get on special teams immediately.
Oh, sure. Yeah, he could play. Like if you're, what is your saying, Buck? What is your P. Diddy saying?
If you're old enough, you're good. I mean, if you're good enough, you're old enough.
Yeah, if you're old enough to pee, old enough for me, I think is what you say.
No, that's not my saying. No.
Grass on the field, play ball, I believe, is another.
P. Diddy hitting the courts today.
Is that happening today?
Yeah, I bet you that dude is happy to get out of that cell and get into the courtroom and have people staring him down.
Yeah, there were some big names mentioned in that lawsuit last week.
Dude, by the way, there's somebody they're expecting to testify is missing, if you know what I mean.
No way.
Yeah, there's one key witness that has not been found.
Like milk carton missing?
Yeah, like that kind of missing, yes.
Uh-oh.
Is that P. Diddy working behind bars?
It's got to be P. Diddy's people working while he is behind bars. Wow, that's interesting. All right. Are they going to televise this? It's going to be on Court TV somewhere?
Yes, Court TV's got it.
I might actually throw this on today.
Yeah, I got to get my Court TV. I spend my time sometimes during the afternoons watching some Court TV. People are sick, sad, and conniving, man. It's just, wow.
I would agree with all three of those things.
Good Lord.
Yeah, that bit.
I don't know how this dude is going to get away with any of this.
I don't either. I feel like this is going to be a long, drawn-out process, though, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, as long as you got money, you can draw it out for a long, long time.
Yeah, and he does. He's got plenty of that. And I just always think rich people are going to find their way out of these types of situations. Doesn't always happen, but I'm like, I err on that side. Because you're right. It feels like with all the evidence that's out there and all of the people who are seemingly going to be willing to testify against Sean Gomes, that he's screwed. But he's also P. Diddy. And
I mean that the deal with that ex-girlfriend is going to testify. I mean, where do they have her in hiding? I mean, she can't just like be walking the streets, right? I mean, when you get people missing, you can't just go back to your apartment and say, okay, I'll see you in court on Monday, right?
Yeah, they've got to have her in hiding. Like all of those people, I think, have probably been in witness protection for
Good Lord.
For a minute now. Yeah. All right. We'll take your
You can't
thoughts.
go to HEB. She can't go to pick up OLIPOP at HEB.
Someone can go get it for her. She can still
Yeah, but I
get the
gotta get out
19
of the
great
house.
flavors. You got to have your pop. You got to have your OLIPOP. All right.
mean,
So she is getting that, but she's not going out there herself and getting that.
But I got to go be amongst some of the people.
I don't know. If you want to die, you do.
Really? Somebody's going to shank you in the line at HEB or something?
In the parking lot.
Oh, that's right.
You've done that to an HEB bagger. It can happen. You just grab that trash bag, put it over their head, pull them into the trunk real quick.
No.
Yeah.
She just asked if I can help you put your groceries in the car. And I've never actually said yes. I've always said, no, I got that. But in my mind, I was thinking, oops, don't get too close to that trunk. That's why those cedar chips are in there.
It's funny, as the Me Too movement has grown in popularity, your story has started to change.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. A few years ago, you were like, oh, no, she was in the trunk, and I may or may not have closed the door on her. Now it's like, well, she's lucky she didn't get that close to the trunk.
It originally started out as my van, my Volkswagen van.
Yeah, your windowless Volkswagen van that said free candy on the side.
Oh, God.
You used to drive the Taylor Swift concerts.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, gross. All right. We'll take your thoughts. There's good news for Texas football. The Horns landing a commit over the weekend. Again, the 6th of the class so far, the first defensive player here in 2020.
June's just around the corner. Look out, y'all.
Just around the corner. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We'll get into a little more Texas baseball conversation as the new polls have come out. Talk a little Texas baseball. And also, we have to get into this Kangaroo Jack style story.
Oh, yeah. Great.
Before we hand things off.
Say hello to our friends over at Hat Creek Burger, all their wonderful locations. Maybe somebody took mom to Hat Creek during the weekend. She didn't have to have a brunch. Maybe mom just wanted a Hat Creek burger. Moms like burgers too. They don't necessarily have to cook them. Go to Hat Creek Burger, and you get the best burger in town. Wonderful fries, great milkshakes. They've got it all at Hat Creek Burger. They've got some morning breakfast places. They've got a couple places that serve breakfast. Find out where your location is. Hat Creek will be serving breakfast at 7 a.m. But I love the fries. I love the shakes. And I love the double meat. Yeah, I'm a double meat guy at Hat Creek now. Double meat, double cheese.
Get you the big hat, baby.
Yes.
That's all you need. One big hat a day keeps the doctor away.
Yes, sir.
I did have a buddy text me over the weekend. A guy who lives in Houston, and he's like, what's a good place that I could take the wife and kid to for like a casual American meal? And that's kid friendly. I'm like, Hat Creek Burger Company.
There you go.
That's your spot, brother. That's all you need.
Let the rug rat play around in the playscape.
Yep, that's it. They got the playscape. Let the rugrat run around. You and wifey get drunk and
there you go. Have yourself a margarita.
Tell the kid to drive the car home.
There you go.
That'll be good. Shout out to Hat Creek Burger Company. Also, shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave as well. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our friends at Covert Bee Cave. They've got the best selection. 42 acres of vehicles out there on the lot. It's 3 dealerships in one. So if you don't know exactly what you're looking for, go to covertbeecave.com or drive out to Covert Bee Cave on Highway 71. Just walk around the lot for a little bit. It'll take you a while. You're going to work up a sweat walking around out there.
42 acres you are, for sure.
They got so many cars there, but they got what you're looking for. If you're looking for maybe a graduation gift, right? Nice car for the new graduate. They would love that, I'm sure. You got a new driver, or you're just trying to get yourself something new. Covert Bee Cave has it all. Great people as well. What do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
CovertBeeCave.com for more information. All right. Yep, we've got some new college baseball polls out. Texas no longer the number 1 team in America, and it's hard to argue against that with the way the Horns have played these last 2 weekends. Texas losers of 5 of their last 6 SEC games. In the D1 baseball poll, which was the only poll that had Texas number 1 this past week, the Longhorns have dropped a couple of spots to number 3. In the Baseball America poll, Texas has dropped outside of the top 5. They are now number 6.
Yeah, that seems more like it the way they're playing.
Yeah, well, the way they're playing right now, they don't look like a top 25 team. But obviously, you take the whole resume and the whole body of work into consideration.
They like I said, when when they lost that series, we talked about how they worked for it to be where they still are because of their body of work, and that body of work is still there. But
Mhm.
boy, oh boy, is that body of work disappearing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can't take away from the fact that, they took 2 of 3 from a great LSU team. They swept a great Georgia team. They swept a great Auburn team. Like, they run ruled a very good Ole Miss team. I mean, LSU's the new number 1 team in America. Texas beat them in a series. So it's like that happened. You can't take those games away. But
When
obviously right now,
they got their chest pumped out, LSU right now. Boy, their pitching is fabulous.
yeah, it's a great team. It's a great team. I mean, they were a preseason top 5 team, and they're looking like one right now. So, yeah, look, Texas right now, they're not playing well. They're in a rut. There's no doubt about it. They've got not a ton of time to fix it, but they've got one more regular season series, and then
Yes,
they've
they
got the
do.
conference tournament to make sure they're buttoned up for the really important stuff here in a couple of weeks.
If they can get the conference championship, that would be awesome. That has got to do nothing but fuel you for making it to Omaha, and getting, regionals at home. There would be no excuse from that point on. I know they would miss the pitcher. I thought we all thought that, but we thought that would happen earlier, not like it's happening now.
Right. Yeah. No, that's the thing. Like if Texas gets Max Ballou back and then they go on the road and take 2 of 3 in Norman and win the SEC outright, then it's like, all right, it's all good.
Yes.
We've got things back on track. Now, look, there are levels to it. If Texas wins those games 12-11, 9-8, 10-9, then it's like, hey, the bats are back, but we still have some pitching problems.
Yes.
And obviously, if Texas wins these games 2-1, 3-2, 4-3, it's the opposite, right? Hey, the pitching's figured some things out, but the bats are still cold.
Yeah,
So,
and in year one, I thought with Slosh, I thought you'd see a lot of games that are 6-5, 7-6. A real good pitching duel is 4-3 or 6-5. But dude, it's getting now that hell teams are getting that in the first inning.
yeah.
That's because guys get on base for free.
Yeah. Yeah. No, too many walks, too many hit batters. I mean, pitching was bad in game 1. The Texas pitching I thought was fine in games 2 and 3. They just they scored 1 run yesterday,
Yeah.
against a freshman who had good stuff and he was in control. I mean, he walked the first couple of batters he faced. Texas had a golden opportunity to get off to an early lead in the bottom of the first inning. They had 2 guys on, I think with no outs, and they couldn't score. And after that moment, Aiden King, I think was his name. Yeah, he just got into a rhythm and started mowing down the Texas lineup. And it's like, okay, again, he's good, but he's a freshman on the road on senior day. Like that's a good situation you'd like to be in as an offense.
Absolutely.
And Texas didn't make the most of it. So, yeah, they're broken. Good news is they can be fixed.
And they can win a championship still.
They can win a championship still, and they can right the ship before the postseason starts. So they're still a top 8 team in all 3 polls. I still think they're going to be a top 8 team when the selection committee makes its announcement in 2 weeks from now.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, you would hate to. It'd be a choke. Like injuries, of course, those are a real thing. But you have a 5-game lead with 9 games to play. Hell, you've got a 2-game lead with 3 games to play. If you don't win the conference, that is a choke. And that would really suck. And it also means you are limping into the tournament.
And that means you're not going to last very long in the tournament.
Yeah. And you're still playing games at home, but that wouldn't have me feeling very confident if that happens. So we'll see.
It's the Friday deal. You got to get past Friday. You need a pick me up with your bats and your pitching. It's not just the pitching. Your bats need a pick me up too.
They got to stop striking out.
Yeah.
I mean, like 38 strikeouts on the road at Arkansas. It's like, okay, that's a great team. That's a really tough place to win. Okay, like whatever. One bad series. It's one bad series. But then you strike out 39 times at home against a worse team in Florida. And it's like, that's more of a trend now than just the one bad series. So, yeah, it's not great right now, Bob. Not great.
All right, give me my kangaroo story.
Buck, we've spent a lot of time talking about the 1 versus 100 story, right?
Yes.
Could one gorilla take down 100 men?
And I'm still saying after the first 5 guys are destroyed and feeling really bad and scared or dead, I think 95, there's not going to be a lot of hearts left in the other 95 because 5 of them are going immediately. but I still think 100 men can take a gorilla.
Well, you can't. If you do it one by one, then you've got no shot.
Oh no, it's this is a mauling. You just got to all
Yeah.
go at once. That means you're going to hit a couple of your own guys, but you're going to get some. I just don't like the thought of the gorilla with the bite into your arm or your neck or something, you know?
Oh yeah, people are dying for sure.
Yes, people are dying. Yes.
And then when it's 100 versus 1, there's a reason it's 100 versus 1, because you're going to need that many bodies to have a chance.
Yes.
So yeah, no,
You're
I
not
don't
going to tell me the kangaroo. The kangaroo's going down.
Well, after this story, you might change your opinion on things. The brother of a South Carolina petting zoo owner was apparently beaten to death by a kangaroo after going into the animal's pen to, quote, rough house with it.
Inside of a cage, like a pen?
Yep. Eric Slate's body was discovered inside the facility just before midnight on Friday night at 5 Star Farm, about 30 miles north of Myrtle Beach. This guy had a history of stepping into the kangaroo enclosure and roughhousing with it, which apparently was what was going on at the time of his death.
I didn't realize that South Carolina man was as dumb as Florida man.
Sure sounds like it. Yep, this guy his brother owns a petting zoo. I guess there's a pet kangaroo as a part of the bit. And, for a while he was going in there and just playing around with the kangaroo, and Kangaroo
Probably
Jack said,
slapping the crap out of the kangaroo, and the kangaroo said, "That's enough.
That's enough of that." It's not clear. There are a couple of kangaroos there, so it's not clear which one killed this guy, but he was found with multiple blunt force injuries.
Ooh.
Adult male red kangaroos can weigh nearly 200 pounds, can grow up to 6 feet tall. Of course, they've got powerful feet for kicking as well.
What about that goofy tail they have?
They can probably smack you upside the head with that tail, too.
Or kill you with the tail. They'd just whip you with the tail, wouldn't they?
Probably shove you in that pouch until you suffocate and die.
Oh,
I don't know if that one's ever happened there. But
that's what she said.
Yeah, this guy, a petting zoo, man. First of all, you can have a kangaroo at an American petting zoo? This is like a pretty exotic animal to have just like owned it by a human.
Now you're going to have to close down the damn zoo. They're probably going to have to put the kangaroos down.
Well, it is the guy's brother, so it wasn't like a random customer who was in there who got cucked. It was this dude being a dumbass.
Yeah, and the brother's probably saying, "You're costing me money. Look at what you've cost me."
Yeah, this is not an all pub is good pub situation, I think, for this 5-star farm. But 52, man, like not even a young guy who's in the best shape of his life trying to go.
What are you doing going in there?
Guy in his 50s trying to rough house with kangaroos. Kangaroo one of these days. You got to be careful with those animals, man. Especially the ones who are bigger than you.
Yeah, their feet will wipe you out. It'll dislocate your arms and your knees and everything. No, that's not a smart maneuver. He probably was roughhousing with that thing when he was like a baby kangaroo, like when he was like 8 months old or something. This one, after 2 years, decided that's enough of that, mister. You come in here tonight. Hey, you come sneaking around here after you've had a couple jacks in you at midnight. I'll show you who's the boss. Man.
I saw what happened to Anthony Anderson and Jerry O'Connell and Kangaroo Jack, all right? We're not taking any chances on that kind of stuff. And look, what this story really comes down to is natural selection just running its course.
It did.
Yeah, that's what happened there.
It just shows you South Carolina man is just like Florida man.
Just like Florida
man. Not that far away from each other, so.
Let's bring on two fellows who would have no chance against a kangaroo. We've got Double R. We've got Wags. Fellas, good morning. How do you do?
I am financially never going to recover from this.
What, a kangaroo killing a guy?
Tiger. What was that damn show called with the tigers? Tiger King.
Yeah.
Tiger King, where one of his tigers clawed off one of his associates' arms, and the only thing he could say was, "I am financially never going to recover from this."
Yeah, screw the person stuck their arm in their dumb ass.
Yeah, you take on an animal, you're going to lose. It's.
You don't think we could? You think Double R and Wags couldn't take down a kangaroo?
I'm going to say no, boys.
I'm taking the Roo.
Yeah,
They don't have claws. They
I'm
don't.
taking the root too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they got those. They got feet that could kick you into another
We
dimension.
have hands. We have elbows. We have knees.
yeah, but they don't
teeth,
work.
we have teeth, Wags.
We
Yeah.
have teeth.
We have
Ooh.
We
teeth.
can cut through the marsupial pouch with our teeth.
I didn't
Mm,
think about that. I didn't think about the teeth thing.
yeah.
Well,
That
that's
could
what I'm
work.
thinking about with the gorilla. But who the hell wants to bite into a gorilla?
But
with
see,
100
here's the thing
guys?
about the gorilla, Buck. We're going to lose about 10, maybe 20 just off of fear itself, right? Like hesitation. But while we're hesitating to try and come up with a plan or waiting for all of us to gang up on the
Too
gorilla,
much doubt,
the
Wags.
gorilla's
There's too
taken
much
out
doubt.
one by one.
There's too much doubt. The problem is there's too much doubt.
Yeah,
After the
it's
first
fear.
5 get their heads ripped right off their bodies.
And
the
then that's
doubt of
going
the
to
other
send 10 other
95.
guys running, right? You know what I mean?
many
It's
other-
going to take everybody ganging up at once.
Yes, I would agree with you. I think it can be done, but it's the doubt of the 5, the way the body parts will be with the first 5 that will make everybody else. I
Your
mean,
bones cracking. You're gonna see blood, and you're gonna be like, "No, thank you."
if that gorilla bit a guy in the face and bit his face off, if I'm part of the 95, I'm gonna be. There's one less guy because I'm gone then. First, when I see the gorilla take the face, when I see the gorilla bite a guy in the face and eat off half of his face and spit it out, if I'm part of the 95, I'm done. You're going in with 94 because you
Yeah.
can already count me out.
If
Well,
I'm
It-
I'm gonna have
and
it done.
I've never understood guys to where it's like, with these petting expos and all this different thing. Like, I'm afraid of snakes. I mean, I'll tell you. I mean, that's
Yeah.
just my very bad. But it's like that thing over there on the way to San Antonio, that snake farm, where it's
Yeah,
like
I'll never go in there.
yeah, you can go pet a snake. I'm like, well, what if that some bitch goes crazy while he's around my neck? I don't think so. The snake farm, yeah, come on in, see the exotic snakes. I'm like, man, I don't even want to see a grass snake out there for crying out loud. Are you
Dude,
kidding me?
pandas look like it would be fun to be in a cage with and just sit there and play with the panda. I'd be horrified. I would think that panda would chew my face off too, or take an arm off. They've got to be strong, right? There's nothing about a panda that wouldn't do anything but kill like 5 or 6 guys, right?
It's going to do some somersaults with the panda. Hey, we're getting a Panda Express in our neighborhood, by the way.
Yeah, wait till
There
they
we
bring
go.
that panda around.
There we
We're getting
go.
a Panda Express right next to Timmy Hortons, man. I
Right
am
all in
winning.
right there.
You're
I am
getting all
winning.
the countries. You're getting Canada. You're getting
I'm getting
China?
China or no, wait, where is China? Is Panda Express China?
it's America.
We're
but
gonna go with
it
it.
is
They have
Chinese food. Yep.
Yeah, we're going to
they're-
go with it.
They have
Yeah.
Chinese food.
Wags, I
gotta
think
tell
we
you.
can take. I think me, you, Rodney. I think we can take on a boa. You know those big boas that suffer. That. I think we could find a way to kill a boa constrictor.
Yeah.
We
we
would
have a
break its.
machete?
We would break its neck.
Buck, I think what you and I need to
Can
do.
you break a snake's neck?
I think so. I saw a video of one of those. Those little black squirrels. Those little ground squirrels, not the ones that go up the tree that live in the ground. The ones you see it
Oh, the chipmunks.
around
Like
here.
the chipmunks?
I saw one jump on the back, a video of one jumping on the back of this huge rattlesnake, and it snapped its neck. It snapped its neck like it was a mongoose. They're a relative of a mongoose.
That's
It
what I was
got-
going to say, yeah.
I said, this squirrel is about to get eaten by this rattlesnake. Some guy was videoing, and the squirrel got on his back and did some little jujitsu thing, and the snake kind of limped away. His neck was all screwed up, and the squirrel drug his ass off into the rocks.
Yeah, it's going to feed us for about a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. That little black squirrel. I said, those are nice little squirrels. That thing jumped on that rattlesnake's neck and ripped did something to it. So I
might
think
be a
you and me and Rodney, I think we can go ahead and get a boa constrictor. Somebody's got to sacrifice themselves to be the one because he's going to curl around one of us, and it's probably going to be me.
Probably gonna be you. Yeah, because you're a little twiggier than the rest of us.
I'm running, boys. I'm running. I think we could take the kangaroo, but a snake.
No, I don't think
I don't
so.
know.
I
And
don't
we
wanna
also
go to that.
do we get the aid of a machete?
No, we don't get
No.
anything. The kangaroo doesn't have any AIDS.
Okay,
Bare
so hold on. We
hands.
do have to neutralize a situation here with the gorilla. The gorilla's got fangs, it's got claws, and it's
Oh,
got.
yeah.
Well, we got
incredible
100.
strength.
We got 100. That's the neutralizer right there.
That
There
ain't
it is.
shit.
That's
Well-
believe me. That's why I say the gorilla is going to win. I've been saying this from the jump. We got no shot.
That ain't
Don't
shit.
kangaroos have like little mini arms, sort of like Kyler Murray, I mean, can't we break those arms?
Half the men in this country don't even so fast.
We could break the arms of a kangaroo because they got those little.
To kick you before you even get close enough to do that.
Yeah, I guess.
Here's what we need to do, guys. The four of us, we can do our animal fighting challenge. Let's go find 4 cougars, if you know what I mean.
There you go.
4 cougars, and we can wrestle them.
Now you're talking. In the mud?
Each get a cougar.
I did. Rodney, hit me up after the show. All of you.
Double R, you are getting worse than my real dad with the jokes.
Dad joke Monday, buddy. It's Dad joke Monday.
I was informed. I was invited and informed of a popular swingers bar in the Buda area. So if you guys are curious to know, reach out to me after the show.
Wow,
there it is.
I was invited. I was cordially
Kim, guys. They're saying send in Kim Mulkey.
Now you're talking.
I was cordially invited. All right,
boys. Listen, I got to go. I got stuff. This is a crazy week. Y'all be good.
Oh, that's right.
Before I roll, guys, real quick, shout out to Ryan, Jeremy, and Doug. Ran into 3 TSU listeners over the weekend at 3 different places, and they all came up and said hello, and they love what we're doing with TSU. So shout out to y'all 3. Hopefully y'all are tuned in this morning. Shout out to you boys. I'll be tuned into you.
Ryan, Jeremy, and Doug.
Ryan, Jeremy, and Doug.
It sounds like porn star names.
Hey, I did say swingers bar.
Oh,
coming up
my guy. Pineapples for everybody, baby. Here we go, man. What's up, Double R? How are you, good sir?
Hi, buddy. Boy, things are getting exciting in Buda. Man, I didn't know that they did that. I knew they did it in Georgetown at the Sun City, but I didn't know that stuff shenanigans went on in Buda.
What, swingers?
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming it's everywhere. Hell, it's probably in my own neighborhood, and I don't even know it. You know.
Yeah, and usually, like, I don't know. My wife's going on a mother-son cruise too. And I'm like, yeah, you're just looking for the pineapple doors, aren't you? She's like, shut the hell up. No.
Yeah.
But all the kids, or all my friends, all my son's friends and their moms are going on a cruise. My wife is going with them too, so that should be fun. Yeah. So yeah, happy belated Mother's Day for all the mothers out there. That kind of is the reason why I mentioned the mother and son cruise there, is just a little bit. But yeah, well, I mean, we're all now we gotta fight kangaroos now. Is that going to be the next 100 versus 1 type of simulation here? I'm pretty sure that the dudes could beat kangaroos. Like, what an idiot, first off, to go into an enclosed cage or an enclosed place to fight a kangaroo. You're gonna need space for that kangaroo, buddy. He could probably box the hell out of you inside of an enclosed space. But yeah, 2-on-1 tag team. You don't think we could take a kangaroo? I think I could take a kangaroo 1-on-1, honestly.
I might be able to take a stuffed kangaroo, maybe.
My dude, come on, give yourself more credit. Double R, be kinder to my friend Rodney, please.
It's one of those things, Wags, like this dude here that we're talking about. When you throw in the term roughhousing, he liked to roughhouse. A lot of times, when people get the shit beat out of them and they end up in jail, it's like it started with some casual roughhousing, and I don't know.
I've never gone into a fight calling it roughhousing. Like, usually we're going to go kick some ass or get our ass kicked, right?
Right.
Like, there's one way or the other. We're not going to just roughhouse. Like,
right.
I was roughhousing with my kid when he was a toddler.
Yeah, you go into a battle. I don't care what kind of battle it is, a sporting event or whatever it is. You got a business meeting. I'm gonna go smash this meeting. I'm not just gonna go roughhouse this Zoom meeting. You know what I'm saying? When you go in with that mindset, it's like, but a Roo Wags, I don't know, dude. I mean, between the two of us, I mean, I know that we're both kind of trying to be a little more agile and do better life choices and all that. But maybe in a month or so, then we'll try it.
Well, yeah. I mean, I do. If I throw 3 punches, I'm probably going to be out of breath. But I mean, you know what? An extended limb's a broken limb. When that kangaroo is trying to throw a punch at us, I'm going to put it in an arm bar and snap the arm bar out of the socket.
Well, that would be the thing. That's like I was talking about.
What are you wearing? What's that thing on your chest there? You got a tattoo?
Oh no, I look like The Rock, don't I? It's actually
you got some graphics going on, man.
It's a zip up hoodie. See, It's a little chilly. It's a little chilly in here this morning. So
you can leave your hat on, good sir. You can leave your
there it
hat
is.
on.
I do kind of look like
Baby,
Rock.
take off your clothes.
I do kind of check this out. Wag Mother Son Cruise sounds like one of the most well, I don't know about that. That's actually a good thing. I think it's a good bonding thing.
Roman Empire thing. What does that mean? You like some incestual thing? Is that what you're insinuating here? Caligula, or was who was that? Who was that weird emperor? Was it Caligula?
Shit,
I can't remember. This isn't a history show. It's a sports show. It's a morning show.
Oh my god!
Hey, speaking of which, you guys got me down this rabbit hole on shows on Apple TV. I've gone through a few of them now. I just got done watching Mythic Quest, and now we're on. So we started venturing down it. Right, my wife tried to watch Mythic Quest too. She couldn't do it. She couldn't even make it through like a half hour of it. But we found this show called Morning Show.
With Jennifer Aniston, the two girls, right? The two ladies.
Yeah, Jennifer Aniston and Reese Witherspoon, and Billy Cudrup. I don't know if you remember Almost Famous. I guess it's like Cameron. It's Cameron's storybook, or it's supposed to be his storybook. But yeah, Almost Famous. He's the guitarist. Billy Cudrup is, and plays an executive in this. He's fantastic. Mark Duplass from The League. Remember the fantasy football show, The League? Mark Duplass. He's in this too as one of the executive producers. He's fantastic. It is Mindy Kaling from The Office. She's Mandy Kaling from The Office. She's in it. It is a really well done show.
I've heard really good things about that with Reese and Aniston. I've heard that's a really good show. There's been a couple of different times where I've wanted to hone in and watch that. I just haven't. But I've heard. So what's kind of the basis of it? Are they like show hosts? Is that what that is?
So Steve Carell is in it too, which I didn't want to give away. But I mean, you're going to see it in your credits. But Steve Carell, and I'm not trying to give away the entire show, right? Steve Carell plays Jennifer Aniston's co-host on the morning show. There's some Me Too action that happens. Everybody is apparently going to go down. They're looking to fill the seat, and Jennifer Aniston, with a huge FU to the network, says, "You know what? We're not doing this your way anymore. We're doing this my way. I'm the star. People watch me. People watch the show because of me. We're doing it my way from here on out."
Nice.
I'm paraphrasing here, but boom, she brings in another co-host, and it just rumbles the network, and it's good. It's really it's good entertainment. It parallels kind of what we're going on the past 5 years now. I think it's fantastic writing, and it, no surprise when Kaling's behind it, it's usually pretty damn good.
Nice.
Those of you guys that don't know, Mindy Kaling was a bulk writer for The Office, one of the main writers for The Office, her and BJ Novak and Paul Lieberstein. I can't remember. Paul Lieberstein? I can't remember his name.
And I would think that that's pretty real life. I mean, because we see that, in these media circles these days, to where these people get shuffled around. I mean, even the two folks from Good Day America or Good Morning America, where they ended up having a little romantic thing. They both got divorced. Now they're over there killing it in podcasting and all these different things. So
that may be it too, because I've never watched Good Morning America at all. But it's fun to see like some of the I guess the tropes that go with this, right? And just kind of the I guess the personalities and the way that people write in, like a producer or whatever, just being behind the scenes of TV and knowing what goes down with production. It's really cool to kind of see how all this goes down. Being on a morning show myself, I don't know, it's always fun to see how people portray your lifestyle, right? And if they get it accurate or not. So
yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I mean,
it's pretty good. But also, we had a lot of sports this weekend, my dude. I heard you guys talking. I mean, we might as well just talk about Texas baseball first. Get it out of the way, man. Able to salvage one. Took one of three there against the Gators, but yeah, it hadn't been right since the loss in Arkansas, right? Or the sweep in Arkansas, rather. So, hopefully, we were able to right the ship. But look, baseball is kind of easy. Right, baseball is pretty easy and simple to figure out when you don't have the arms. Usually, you don't have much of a victory, right? Sure, it's great when the bats can come alive and stay alive, but ultimately, without the pitching, without the arms, you're going to falter. And usually, in a game of failure, without great pitching, it's going to be brutal, man. It's been brutal the past 2 weeks. The Longhorns do have a chance to salvage this. We got a series with Oklahoma. If you can win 3 of the 5, then you got this, baby. You're in, man. Not only are you in, you win the championship, you win the conference in your first inaugural season. Shout out to the rowing Texas rowing team too. I believe Texas rowing took down their conference championships for the first time in SEC in their SEC run here. So shout out to the Lady Longhorn rowing team there. And hell, man, hopefully we can add on to this thing with some baseball here, Rodney.
Yeah, as we've talked about the season, the one thing I think that we have gone back to is on the really good run right there, and things that kind of surprised us and was a real highlight was pitching, and then that obviously is kind of when the wheels fall apart. When Jarrett Spencer
went down and Riojos.
Yeah,
he got tuned up in Arkansas. It hadn't been the same since. Honestly.
Yeah, that was the thing. When you go to Ruger and he's done so much for the baseball team.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely with you, man. But it felt like the wheels fell off in Arkansas, and he just hadn't been able to put it back on since.
Yeah, and when you have that rotation and you have that flow that's working really, really well, and then boom. And I think the other thing, and again, it's not excuse making that I want to throw in here, is as you've had the 2 weeks, obviously, and the bats have gone quiet. I mean, you struck out. You struck out 37 times against Arkansas.
You aren't hitting the ball. You're not even putting contact to it.
Yeah, you struck out 39 times this weekend. I mean, you're not hitting the ball. You're getting dominated. But the other thing about that is when you have the injuries that began to mount, and it's not just in the pitching staff. There've been injuries throughout the year, but then you had a flu strain that was running through the team, and that's to be expected when you have the interaction and the contact and the closeness of a baseball team. That's going to affect you as well. But it really is right now to where the pitching, I think, and when the pitching's not in alignment, and when the lineup or when your staff is not the way that you have run for the last 12 weeks, just ripping people apart, you're going to fall apart, and that's what's happening here.
Team.
Yeah. Absolutely. So anyway, we'll
still got a chance. Look, you're not ranked number 1 anymore, but you still have a chance to take down the SEC, right?
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, it's still all in front of you. Wags, I do want to ask you. So your thoughts on the Jonah Williams on the Friday night? You're down 8-2. The dude's up to bat, and he comes up, and the guy's he's just chattering. This is a young dude that's trying to energize his team. I've seen both sides of this. The Texas detractors are like, look at this guy up there talking.
Baseball's changed.
Baseball has changed, man.
It's changed, man. And if you're trying to, we sat there about 3-5 years ago wondering what we could do to energize the game and what we could do to attract young talent, right? And now and sure, I get it, right? We're Texas. We're supposed to be in a professional manner. Let's drop that a little bit, all right? We're talking about energizing and galvanizing a young team. You do it with, and hell, look at Tennessee. Wasn't Tennessee one of the most loudest schools last year? The Vols, like they always chirp. If you can back, here's my thing. If you can back it up, chirp as much as you want, right? But if you're sitting there chirping and you can't back it up, you're going to look like an ass. All right. Yeah. That's just how it's going to be. But if you can back up, if you can walk the walk, talk all that talk, baby, talk it all.
Yeah. When I initially saw it happening Friday night, I'm like, okay, maybe that's a bad look.
And maybe he was trying to galvanize his team, right?
Yeah. Well, and I saw a lot of people saying where the dude was up there, he didn't even swing the bat. Well, they were all balls. You don't swing at a ball, right? So that's where I
saw that too. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, don't hit him with that. I mean, I'm not going to swing at a bad pitch. No, I will swing at a bad pitch. Jonah Williams is not going to swing at a bad pitch. But here's the other part to where it's like, I think what salvaged all of this, where a lot of people were like, oh shit, maybe taking some stuff back, is he comes out in game 2 and delivers a 2-run, shot right there that essentially wins the one game that you got that weekend. So it's one of those things to where it's the whole We Are Texas thing, where it just drew a lot more attention. And this is a guy just trying to energize his team, man. And I think if it would have been a problem for the umpire for
Right.
official,
Wouldn't it have been
would've
addressed
called
right
it.
there? It would have
Right.
been. That's my initial thought too. Like it would have been addressed on scene, or
Yeah.
there would have been a warning. You know.
Yeah, yeah, and it's just and it just so happened that Texas was pretty much getting handled at that point.
Right.
So that's where it's going to be a bigger thing. But I really see it as a dude just trying to energize his team that has been battle scarred, and they needed a spark. They needed a spark, and I'm not sure if it worked.
If you can talk the talk, back it up. Or
That's the whole
if you
thing.
can back it up, talk all you want. Right.
Yeah,
Like
that's the whole thing, and he did back it up the next day, and but it all comes down to you just gotta get yourself in the right spot. You can't overcome losing Jared Spencer. I mean, you can't overcome that. You have to figure out ways. You're relying on guys that are not set into this spot, but they've been able to make it work. But now you got to figure out how you just take care of what's in front of you at this point and get on down the road.
I'm with it, man. I'm with it.
Yeah, I hear about it'll be a collapse, it'll be a whatever, and folks talking about the Aggies lose to a horrible team. I don't care what the Aggies are doing. It's funny that they lost to a really, really bad team the way that they did. I'm concerned about the Texas Longhorn baseball.
Exactly. So when I start thinking about like Aggies and shit, like that's me feeling like I'm going full Aggie, right? Like it's not about the other people. It's about what we can do in our park, right? Like if we take care of business, everybody else is irrelevant.
That's the whole thing. Where I see a lot of people, well, look at the Aggies. We got our own problem.
That's JV thought right there.
Yeah.
Like you want some varsity thought, take care of business, and it ain't about finding like the shortcomings of your opponents or of
yeah. Because if Texas doesn't win the SEC, if Texas cannot salvage a series with Oklahoma and be the SEC baseball champions, I mean, we can laugh at the Aggies all we want, but people are going to say
everybody's going to be laughing at us.
Everybody's going to be
laughing in the driver's seat this entire time
because they don't care about people getting hurt. They don't care about the flu running through the locker room. They don't care about that. All they're going to see is Texas blew that hellacious, insurmountable lead and found a way to.
I think it was like 10 games, a 10-game lead.
It's massive.
Or no, that's an embellishment. Maybe
5 or 6 games. Yeah. So anyway, just I mean, get it back as well as you can. Start moving forward. So anyway, hey, look, I am perfectly happy. What are they? 40-10, still in first place in the SEC, leading by 2 games. I didn't expect this. Find the positives, man. I didn't expect this. So
yeah, 40-10. I mean,
it's crazy.
I didn't even realize that it was up to 40 wins yet. I mean, I knew we were kicking ass, but I didn't look at the overall record, which is just absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
40 wins. That's pretty impressive.
That's pretty damn good. And this is where, like Double D's asking right here about looking at pitches. I think that's where you get a team that is off their rhythm to where it's not the aggressiveness, it's not the whatever that you may have seen at the plate. And that in turn, when you're waiting for pitches, that is why you strike out 39 times in a weekend and 37 times in a weekend. And that in and of itself is what a lot of the problem is.
Yeah, there's one thing about taking, right? Like you can take and try and get the pitch count up, but I mean, when you're not swinging, when you're failing to actually make an attempt, man, it's I'm wondering if you can see the damn ball, honestly. No, there's something going. Well, again, look, man, they'll figure it out. They've been in the driver's seat for the entire time of this thing, for the entire duration of this thing. I'd like to think that the bats will wake up here soon. My whole concern is what's going to happen on the bump, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's if you can figure out the pitching, usually the bats kind of take care of itself. But
and remember at the first part of the season, Wags, to where we were talking about how Texas came out of the box and how they were, taking care of business so well. And I think we were both a little apprehensive to maybe be like, oh, okay, it looks like there's something here. But as we've talked about, like I mentioned at the top, we were always crediting, man, the bump, the staff, Wiener has just been.
It's great. It's great to put the crooked numbers up on the board, right? But eventually the bats are going to go to sleep. It always happens. And when the bats go to sleep, you need the arms to carry you along, right?
Yeah.
It's base. I say it all the time, man. Baseball's a pretty simple sport. It is.
It really is. And the thing about it's so simple, but yet so complicated. And I think that's the beautiful thing about it. So see how you rebound. I mean, take care of Oklahoma, and the goals are still in front of you. So
Bump and wiener, bump on the wiener. Oh, no, I didn't say that. Maybe that was double R. I did not put that in my
I think I meant bump
there.
and.
Where do you want to go next, amigo? We had a lot of hockey. We had a lot of basketball. And I don't know. I see some other stuff on your slate here.
We can hit them. We can hit some of that stuff in the miscellaneous, the other stuff. But so, were you bought in on Cleveland? Were you bought in?
I was bought in on Cleveland. I was being key word here. What the hell is going on? No bigs. We kind of talked about this, right? They need paint presence, and they're just not getting it. They can't rely. It can't all be relied on Spider Mitchell, but apparently that's if you're the Pacers, let Mitchell have his thing and make everyone else beat you. But to have an emphatic, what was that score? I thought it was
129 to 109.
It was 50 at one. It felt like it was almost running away at 50 points at one point. But yeah, 29 to 109 was the final there. Yeah, I'm not even gonna, sit here and act like I watched the entire game. It was, I had the other hockey game on full screen by the fourth quarter of this damn thing, man. There wasn't even anything to pay attention to, man, unless you were going to watch a blow. Hell, the second stringer, Carlisle had the second string in the fourth quarter the entire time, or most of the time at least.
I think a lot of this is
bad. If you're Cleveland, like, I don't want to say that you can't come back from it, but like this, what is 3-1? Yeah, it's 3-1. It's gentleman's sweep, man. It's over.
Yeah. And as the series started, it was like, okay, Cleveland's, the injury thing that like we're talking about with Texas baseball, but I mean, you get a lot of that back, and it did. I mean, it looked like, we saw what Boston did. We can talk about them here in just a second, but it seemed like, okay, Cleveland's back in this, and here's Cleveland about to assert themselves, a team that was just amazing during the regular season, and you come out and you get pasted. That was, and Rick Carlisle, man. It's really hard you talk about this guy maybe being a little underrated and so forth. This is just amazing. Amazing.
This to go on and take on, again, injuries are a part of this thing, but to go on and take down a team like Cleveland, who was the number one team in the East, right? And then if I'm not going to get ahead of the horse, or the horse is ahead of the cart ahead of the horse, whatever that damn adage is. But you would have to think that this is one of the best coaching jobs that Rick Carlisle has done with this roster, going up against stalwarts in the East, right? And just being able to take them down, right? And hell, they were a force to be reckoned with last year in the playoffs too, right? So look, it doesn't matter where he goes, he wins. And I'm talking about Rick Carlisle. Like he knows how to get a roster together, and he knows how to get them in championship form. Now, it's. Well, I don't know how many. I think he's only got the one, if I'm correct. But again, he's got that championship caliber to him. And hell, man, if the Pacers can if the Pacers can stay on this hot streak here, I would love to see what they can do against. I can't figure out the Knicks or the Celtics. I don't know. I guess they're just taking turns at beating each other up here. But the Celtics ain't out of it. We already mentioned it. We told you that just because. They're squandering 20-point leads that they could be fizzling out and they could be done. The Celtics are going to find a way to make this thing a series too. So,
oh yeah, and I think that this is where it's so cool, where the East has gotten this intriguing to where we thought it wouldn't be. I mean, it's kind of written in pencil right there to where it was going to be Cleveland and Boston. But you get to the regular season versus the playoffs, where in the regular season you get some of those back-to-backs, and you get load management, and you get guys that aren't going to play, and you get all these different things. But then you get to the playoffs when it's like, you got to win. I mean, you absolutely have to win.
Boston wins tonight, and it's a brand new series.
I'm totally with you right there, because Boston, Boston in the win on Saturday did exactly what they did in the first two games, but carried it out through the fourth quarter.
Right. They didn't squander the lead.
They didn't squander the lead.
Which makes me think that Boston is the better team, because Boston is getting out and getting ahead of this thing. It just meant lack of mental fortitude in games 1 and game 2. That has to be right to do that in your own gym, to be up 20 points and both nights and let it just fall apart, right? That's mental fortitude.
And I think that win, obviously an emphatic win on the scoreboard, but just everything I heard that this was like the biggest basketball game ever at the Garden. And the Knicks aren't the Bulls, Spurs, Lakers, Celtics, any of that stuff.
The biggest game ever at the Garden?
That's the way a lot of people were talking about that. The New York fans, to where this game was that important. The ticket sales were, I mean, what it cost to get in that place.
You know how many games have been in that Garden?
I know.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. That a lot of people said that this was the biggest game for the Knicks ever at the Garden. And you go out there and you get run out of your own gym.
That's quite a statement, though. It even made
right?
Bianca, chuckle up a little bit.
I agree. I agree. I'm like, okay, it's not that big. I mean,
it's a Paramount game, but I mean, shit, dude. Like Michael Jordan's game at the Garden, like MJ's game at the Garden. Like there's been so many huge games at the Garden, and not just basketball games either, like hockey games too. So
they were talking about, like with the Knicks, they were like, okay, the 99 finals, those were big games and so forth, which who beat them? But anyway, they were talking about that, but then you go in and you get beat like that. And this is just where Boston, they finished the job, and Boston, they are going to live and die with the 3, man. They're going to live and die. You go back and look at it. I think in the first couple games, they shot 25%, from the beyond the 3-point arc. They shoot 50 on Saturday. And that's a recipe. You need a lot of Jalen Brunson antics and amazing games to beat Boston. I think Boston wins tonight, dude. It's Katie bar the door, dude. Katie bar the door.
Then we got the Timberwolves and Warriors as well for game 4. Minnesota 2-1 lead here. You think Steph Curry? Any rumblings, any rumors of Steph Curry coming back? Let's see if he's actually.
I've still heard it's still about a week. I've still heard about a week is everything that I've seen with that. You know what? This just comes down to, Wags, to me, where
it's still no update on the date here. Still May. Still May 18th. So
yeah. So I think you have to persevere and hope that you get to game 6, which I guess game 6 would kind of be the target day for him to be back. But it's Golden State. I mean, what the Timberwolves are doing right here, they're just goading the Warriors into losing. And they're doing a pretty damn good job about it. And, with Draymond Green, what they're doing there, I mean, you get that dude frustrated because he's the leader of the team right now. It's a very
I would say Jimmy Butler is, but
yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Well, and
emotionally, maybe Draymond Green.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing. Here's what I saw. What'd you see in game 3 here that was kind of a different from Minnesota?
For Minnesota, I think what Minnesota did here was balance, and they did. Minnesota seemed very pushed to frustrate Draymond Green and eliminate him, get him emotionally checked out to where he was not going to be a factor in this game. And it worked. It worked. I mean, because the Warriors still had an opportunity right there, but they just couldn't finish. They just couldn't finish because Minnesota seized at that point.
Gotcha. So basically what I took from game 3 is just the aggression that Minnesota had. I don't know what if Finch had a meeting with the rest of the Timberwolves or whatever, but we kind of talked about, after game 2, what would happen with Ant-Man, and Ant-Man's starting to show. He's starting to rely less on 3-pointers and starting to get to the cup and starting to get everybody else in foul trouble for the Warriors. I think that's going to, with Anthony Edwards playing downhill, I think that's going to be the difference maker in this series. And you kind of have to do that with Steph Curry out, right? You go ahead, don't settle for the perimeter. And you saw him he's starting to go less and less away from that. He did take a couple of bad shots from the perimeter in game 3, but ultimately, I think he wanted to just shut people up after I think Butler made a 3, or it might have been Kuminga that actually made a 3 out of the grace of God. And then because Warriors were awful in shooting the other night too. And then he comes back down and he shoots 1 3. It rims out. They get the offensive rebound. It gets kicked back to him. And then just stubbornly, he steps back and shoots another 3. This one actually goes in, but he had the entire lane to just drive and take a dunk. So if he continues to play downhill, I think the series could be well in favor of Minnesota. But also the Assassins got to come back for the Warriors here. If Steph Curry can come back and make this thing somewhat of a series again, then here we go, man. Of course, it's not going to be over when Steph Curry's on the floor, but you might have to speed it up. You might have to get him involved a little bit earlier than what the return date is, or else this thing could be curtains. It could be a gentleman's sweep. We'll see how tonight goes.
And I think a big part of this for Minnesota, I mean, Julius Randle with a triple-double. I mean, that's a dude where, I mean, you want to talk about showing up and showing out. I mean, that's a guy to where, I mean, obviously with Ant-Man, that's going to be, that's a dude. But, I mean, Julius Randle has just been so great in this series, and 24 points in that game. And it's
first time they actually started using their bigs.
Right. Absolutely. And I think that's where Minnesota, it is gonna all hinge on how quick you can get Steph back. And do you want to rush him back? I mean, I don't know, man. So it's I dare to say at this point I want Golden State. I do. I mean, it's really hard to say this as a somebody that was not a fan of the Warriors, and I'm not a fan of the Warriors, but I'm a fan of this particular variation of the Warriors. I want them to get in there and make a run, but it's gonna be really hard.
Yeah, I think I've made this known, right? Like I'm kind of pulling for the Golden State Warriors this year. I'm a Jimmy Butler fan. I think it is kind of a little weak that you go. It's not as weak as when KD did it, right? Because they were at the top of the league when they were doing it, but still, like for Jimmy Butler to say, oh, I'm going to go join Steph Curry and Draymond Green. Now, look, they're a lot older than what they were, 5-7 years ago, obviously. But still, they're some of the better players in the league, right? And Golden State's well coached with Steve Kerr, and they just, they got good flow. And stats don't lie. We always say this, right? Like they've been the best team since the trade, but I think you're seeing what happens when old age or old man River just it's undefeated, right? He catches up to you and starts to create problems with your game, and that's what's happened with the Golden State Warriors right now.
Yeah, the league is faster. I mean, these guys are a lot faster. It's a different style of basketball. And the thing with Steph, I mean, Steph obviously brings everything that we talk about from the offensive side, but I think the leadership part of this, when Steph Curry's on the floor, I think with Draymond Green and some of his antics and the different things where teams may try to do what they're going to do to him on the mental side, I think when Steph Curry's on the floor leading that team, he's able to draw Draymond back a little bit more, to kind of be like
right. And also too, like when Steph's on the floor, like you just got to plan differently. Like your defense is extended, right? You can't compact the paint. You have to be able to you have a legitimate threat anywhere from the logo, and like you just had I say plan differently, but you honestly you can't even really plan when Steph is on it. Like he's just gonna pop up and take a shot, and he's got that quick release too. So and my point, if you're Chris Finch, take advantage of this. Go ahead and insert your size. I've seen some comments about Julius Randle. Absolutely, if you can get him as the X factor, I think I even mentioned that at the beginning of the series. Like Randle should be the X factor in this thing with the perimeter play locked up. And also like we knew that Golden State was struggling with size too, right? And they were, they've been beaten and battered as well. And having Steph Curry added to the roster of injuries or the list of injuries isn't going to do them any good. They're all available except for Curry, but still they've come off a battered roster. And if you're Chris Finch, I think you insert your dominance down low and take the lead that way and let Ant-Man soar in the next series.
Because
this has been a fun series to watch. I hope Steph can come back and be healthy and we get to see game 7 of this.
I'm with you. And the whole thing is where Golden State has been really good has been with defense. I mean, their defense has been really good. So if you can't establish the low and then work out the perimeter, I think that's something that's only going to help the chances here in Minnesota. But it just really seems like if Steph was on a shorter timeline to possibly be ready to come back. And I know that I think between game 5 and 6, there's like a 3-day break in there that could possibly help them. But so I guess if you're 3-2 at that point, you still give yourself a puncher's chance. But it's going to be a pretty tall order. It's going to be a pretty tall order. Game 6, you'll have them back at your place. But that's a lot. That's a lot to to ask for from the Golden State Warriors. Friends, don't forget, new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, one place to check out. It's Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Check them out online today. Here's a word from our friends from Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Also, I'll talk about our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They will get you that home renovation that you were looking for. Maybe you're looking to add a second story. Maybe you want to renovate a kitchen, a bathroom, a family room. You'd like to build a game room, getting set for the cool stuff coming up in the summertime as we get into the NBA finals. You've got soccer, you've got NASCAR, you got Formula One, you've got all the different sports. Maybe you want to watch that outside on your in your outdoor space, your outdoor patio. And I always say when I'm talking about McCall Custom Homes, you can kind of piggyback and use two of our favorites, AV Consultations and McCall Custom Homes. But McCall Custom Homes, locally owned, father-son team, over 40 years. They have been doing this. They've been satisfying the needs of Central Texans around our Fairburg right here. And if you're looking for that renovation or you're looking for a new build, having a kid, need more space, absolutely. Get a hold of our friends at McCall Custom Homes. Thinking about selling your house? Well, maybe you don't have to sell it. Maybe you do what we did. Renovate your master bath and add value to it, because that's what McCall Custom Homes does for their folks, for their customers. They add value into your home. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check them out today. Or you can call or text our man, my main man, Mike. And like I always say, don't text him at night. They got a baby. But he might have his phone on silent, so you can text him anyway. 512-633-9580. Free estimates for Texas Sports Unfiltered customers. Mike will come on out, take a look at your project, and then send you over that estimate. And if you have ideas, he'll say, like he did with us, it's like, well, you may want to do this, but I can maybe save you some money if we do this. Full service. They will take care of you. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. We build value into your home. Welcome back, my man. What are you doing over there? Corralling some pets?
No. So the laundry machine went off here, right? And I got a shit ton to do, and I got one of the comforters in there, right? So the thing that if you don't spin it over and toss it and put it back into the dryer and let it run for 2 cycles, it'll never get dry. And then after the second, I have like a little tradition that we do, right? And as soon as that goes off, I got to hang it over the rail and then let it air dry for the remainder of the day. So that's why I figured, go ahead and take advantage of this thing while you're reading a damn commercial and get ahead of it. I got about 3 or 4 more loads of laundry to do here. So
look at you, man. You are the Mother's Day gift that doesn't stop giving. Dude,
it's the gift that keeps on giving. Is that what you're saying, Clark W. Griswold?
I tell you, man.
Jelly of the Month Club.
See, I'm lucky around my house. I mean, I can obviously wash my own stuff. I can wash sheets. I can do whatever. But I know like Bucky's not allowed to use the washer and dryer. I can use the washer and dryer, but my wife is always like, don't touch my stuff. I'll do my own stuff. I don't want you doing my stuff.
No, I usually, like, if I don't do, I got chores. She gives me a list of chores to do.
Hey, dude,
so if the stuff's not done before Mom gets home, I'm in trouble, right?
Yeah.
So it's like we got to make sure we got stuff. We got to make sure Mama's happy. If Mama ain't happy, nobody's happy. It ain't just on Mother's Day, guys.
I get, so a lot of times I get when I know that there's absolutely something that I need to do when it comes to the chores, I get the wife says, if you have time, which I usually have time, it's like, if you have time, can you blank? Absolutely. I will take care of that right away. I'll take care of that right away because I do.
And
have
also
time.
I guess I don't listen that well either. She likes roses, but they're not her favorite flower. And my son and I got her both roses yesterday, and she's just like, oh, great. Well, I guess, we'll have a place to put these, since the azaleas died. And I was just like, oh shit, that's right. She likes azaleas more than she likes roses there. So I'm going to go ahead and dig up these, nothing lasts in my yard. It just, nothing but heat, not enough shade in it. We don't water it enough. But no, plants just don't seem to live that long in my yard. So we're going to dig these azaleas back up, remulch it, resoil it, and then put down these roses. And hopefully, we get some roses that continue to grow. I don't know. Maybe I need a fence, like a little laced fence for them to grow up a little bit.
Lattice? You need
A
some
lattice.
lattice.
A lattice,
Need
perhaps.
some lattice, not to be confused with
Mr.
lettuce.
Mom. Oh man, I would love to remake. Actually, I would love to start another Mr. Mom. You can't really I'm tired of the remakes here. Like, we need to come up with some original content, but I would love to have Michael Keaton as like my granddad, right? And he's just showing me, kid, this ain't how you do it. All right. You gotta get the Dinty Moore beef stew out there. All right. This is Michael Keaton.
Yeah. I know a lot of dudes that are stay-at-home dads, and for whatever reason, I mean, there's a couple of guys that I know them really well, and they were like real hesitant to tell me. It's like, well, I'm just
Mr. Mom was a good movie, though.
Mr. Mom was a great movie. Mr. Mom was a great movie, but it's like
my whoopee.
Some of these dudes were like, oh, I'm kind of ashamed that my wife is out making money. I'm like, and these dudes, it's like, for the amount of money that your wife is making, why are you ashamed? Keep your ass at home. And it's a different world right now, man.
Technically, I'm retired. Technically.
Look at you.
I do have a military retirement, and we're just working on other stuff here. But
look at you.
Trying to get the second retirement.
There you go.
Trying to get the second pension.
There you go, my man.
Hey, let's get back into sports here, man. We had ourselves a nice little weekend on the pond. Well, Washington didn't, but Dallas did.
Dallas did. Yep.
Yeah, Washington's down 2-1 here, and you got a chance to right the ship tonight on Carolina ice. Hopefully they do so. But again, we kind of talked about it. Both these squads are kind of built the same way, and Washington failed to take advantage of home ice in their opener. So now it's I don't know. Now it's going to be tougher sleds, right? Tougher sledding for the Caps to get back onto this thing. If they can right the ship tonight and get it 2-2, now my chances of survival will be a little bit better. But honestly, Rodney, I don't think the Caps survive and get out of the series against Carolina here. Especially if Carolina can take care of business tonight, it's almost over, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, let's talk about some of the good guys yesterday though. Started with a controversial decision. It took about almost 5 minutes for a decision to actually be made here, but Dallas was actually credited the goal for the go-ahead goal to get them up 3-2, and then about a minute later they get back on the board again. Rantanen too, but like we talked about it. He's the hottest skater, the hottest hockey player right now in the playoffs is Mikko Rantanen. Bad break for Hellebuck to basically kick the puck in. The ruling was that he aided the puck in for the 3-2 goal, and then maybe he was just in his head because about a minute later another one went by him, and then Wyatt Johnson puts the fifth one in there. Stars are starting to shine, man. They are absolutely starting to skate well. 5-2 victory over Winnipeg there to get the series. I believe it is now a 2-1 lead. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2-1 over the Jets here. Commanding. I mean, if you can win one more, this is commanding, and maybe you're getting to get at the general sweep here. That's if you can do that, rest your legs up and get ready for Vegas or Edmonton. Either one's going to be a buzzsaw on. Actually, Vegas is going to be, Vegas is nasty on offense too. Like I usually think of Vegas with their defense and their goaltending, but their offense is getting kind of like a juggernaut too, man. All three lines can score. It's not, and then sometimes the fourth one can put one in there on a miracle goal, but all three lines for Vegas can score. And then, of course, all three lines from Edmonton score. So, yeah, that's a great series up there up with Edmonton. I think Edmonton's going to advance out of that. But it looks like the Dallas Stars are have a commanding lead, not just a 2-1 lead. But if they can win in 2 nights here, they should be able to take this thing and make it a gentleman's sweep.
Well, and the thing with Carolina, I mean, Carolina's a little hampered, at this point, and I think that once talking about Cleveland and talking about some of the stuff in the NBA, I mean, they're not at full tilt yet. So
you don't think Carolina is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think they're up. I think they're just. I think they're the smaller squad.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. But with Dallas, I mean, that third period for Dallas yesterday, that was kind of one of those emphatic moments in the playoffs. And Miko, I mean, this is a guy where he's just really taking this team on and with a purpose. And for Dallas fans, like we were talking about the other day, I'm really glad that Dallas fans have, a revolutionary player to cheer for in one of these playoff series. And it really is with Dallas right now. And I mean, I just love watching Ottinger. I mean, I love watching that dude work the net. He's, I think that's my favorite player at this point. That's my dude right now. If I have to single out one player, that's my dude. It's that guy for the Dallas Stars.
My favorite star is Wyatt Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
Wyatt Johnson. I've said it. He reminds me of a TJ Oshie. More so when Oshie was on St. Louis, right? When he had to be the dude at St. Louis. But you saw the stick handling when he came over to the Capitals, and he's known for his stick handling. Team USA as well. Yeah, I think Wyatt Johnson is going to be one of the best players in the NHL in the future here. So I think, and I'm not gaslighting you, Jake. I think the Stars got one hell of a forward there, man.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So, your thoughts, Golden Knights and Oilers again. I want Edmonton to win. I don't know why I'm just so sour on Las Vegas. It's just a show-off situation, I think, right there, to where I'm kind of like one of those fans where it's like, okay, I don't want Las Vegas to win.
So you like McJesus over the Vegas Knights?
I do.
Like you want to see Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl make this thing happen over Vegas. Well, I mean, Vegas has done it, right? Yeah. Vegas has done it recently too. So
yeah, I really do. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm so. It's like the more that we talk about the Golden Knights, I'm like, okay, the more I want Edmonton to win this series, but I don't know if they will. I mean, the Golden Knights are really really good.
This also plays into the defense, right? Like Aho's out there, he's just not able to score. Like the Caps are having just a really good time with Aho right now. Now I agree with you, when he starts putting points into the damn scoring column, it's going to be different. And honestly, Jake, you're probably absolutely right with him not even with the Canes winning without Aho's contributions. It's probably curtains. You'd like to think that it's probably curtains for the Caps. Also, too, like Frederik Andersen was so up and down all throughout the year, and now the dude seems like he's one of the top goalies in the league. Oh, by the way, we can't go without giving props to Bobrovsky last night. Bobrovsky went perfect, by the way, for the Panthers. We kind of talked about this, once the Panthers kind of right their own ship and Bob kind of get it figured out, the Panthers are going to be a nightmare. They added that, and it's no coincidence that Marchand gets a game winner there too. The guy they made moves for. Florida's going to get it figured out. They're too good of a team to have them counted out. So yeah, we didn't give our tip of the cap to a perfect night there for Sergei Bobrovsky.
We'll see. Washington, Carolina tonight, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? Yeah, because we got two tonight. We got two games tonight. So yeah.
Should be. Yeah, hopefully we can right the ship, man. It's gonna be tough. It will be absolutely tough. What else is on the slate there, amigo?
Did want to mention to you kind of your thoughts on the Derek Carr retirement. I'll tell you, the Carr brothers, it's like, both of them, it's a whole lot of what could have been. They were just, David Carr with the Texans and now Derek Carr. And I think that the thing, obviously the Derek Carr injury is one thing, but did you see that story a couple of weeks back to where his wife was pregnant and had a miscarriage? They didn't even know she was really pregnant. They didn't know she was pregnant. So there's been a lot of bad things going on for Derek Carr, and maybe good time to step away.
This kind of like this I don't know. I felt it was a knee-jerk reaction, honestly, dude. I didn't see this coming, right? This took me kind of by surprise. I thought the Saints were actually starting to build something and starting to make something roll here, and it looked like Derek Carr was starting to kind of get a roster filled up around him to make something happen again, man. And then all of a sudden, hey, man, praise be to God, I'm out of here.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that may have been that personal stuff, because I saw that was about 2 weeks ago, to where she had the wife had to go to the hospital. She was not feeling well, and it turned out that she had a miscarriage that maybe they weren't aware that she was actually even pregnant at the time. So pretty tough deal right there, to where he's been going through all of that. But yeah, for the Saints, I mean, so now you're to Tyler Shuck and Spencer Rattler. So which way do you go there?
I've seen your notes here too, man, with the whole Arch is coming. They're going to be tanking for Arch. I don't think Arch is leaving. You guys are wishing Arch out of here already. I'm tired of this. Stop wishing Arch Manning out. He's ready for the NFL right now. He's probably the best quarterback that could have been drafted this year, right? Blah, 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 blah. Hold on, you know what I mean? Get it out of your all's heads. We're keeping him on the 40 for 2 more years, damn it.
The hometown kid. Hey, man,
it's a beautiful narrative. It's a great narrative, but they're going to have to start tanking for 2 more seasons.
I want him to stay there. I want him to stay here. But, hey, hey, man, I've sat in Manning's right there in New Orleans. That love, that nostalgia, Archie Manning, all of that. Oh, man, he comes out and shows out, Wags. Hey, I want him to hang around. I love your response today. He ain't leaving.
He's not leaving. We're not letting him leave.
I said, Wags, we always kind of compare show notes, and I put that in there. I said, okay, Derek Carr retires, Arch Manning to the Saints. He ain't leaving. And then there's like this whole thing. He ain't leaving. I'm like, all right, here we go. We'll see, dude.
I would say that it was a crazy weekend for the New Orleans Saints. I did not expect Derek Carr to. I don't think many of us expected Derek Carr. Maybe some Saints insiders that were in the know with his personal life, maybe. But I had no idea what was going on with Derek Carr's personal life. The dude's still got a lot left in the tank, so it's absolutely a shock or a surprise to see him hanging up. But look, man, who's to say, like, when you're done, you're done. And who the hell am I to sit here and say, no, man, don't throw it away yet, sit here and still try and play and hang it up. Maybe it's just time for family time for Derek Carr.
Sure.
And you know what? And shout out to him too. When you were that confident and just that at peace with your decision, right? Because a lot of people struggle. They do, like a lot of people struggle to leave what they're doing, right? Because it's what we love, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you have a clear conscience and focus that, yep, this part of my life is past, we're moving on, and it's going to be family time, and I'm going to be dad from here on out. Mm-hmm. I think that's a beautiful moment. That's something that I strive to get to, because hell, look at the two of us, right? Like, we're still looking at the era of occupation, right? Mm-hmm. We're not happy. We're not settled yet. You know what I mean? We're still trying to gain that nest egg for our family here, right? And kudos to Derek Carr for being able to do that and give 100% of his time to his family. I love that.
Yeah, it's one of those things to where if in your headspace, if for whatever reason you don't feel like you want to do it anymore, and it feels like it's that time. And I heard a lot over the weekend where it's like Derek Carr, what did he do or whatever? Well, I'll tell you one damn thing. He played in the league for what? I don't know how many years it's been. It's been over 10 years that he's been in the NFL.
Yeah.
And all of that time as a starter. So I mean, I don't care if the results, if there's not conference championships and divisional championships, he got
the Raiders in the I don't know how they don't. I wouldn't really consider them a championship team, but they're a playoff team. Like,
yeah, that one year I think he was going to be the MVP if he hadn't gotten hurt.
He looked good. So I even, based off of those stats and then a few moves that they made with getting Devontae Adams, there was a time where I thought that the Raiders were going to represent the West. I wrote a piece called The Wild Wild West, and it was with the Raiders going to be projected as the top, as the winners of the West, even though the Chiefs had Mahomes and Tyreek Hill still. No, wait, Tyreek Hill had just shipped off to Miami. That was another reason why I did that. But yeah, I was completely wrong. I think the Raiders actually finished third that season, if I'm not correct, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, so you throw stuff out there, Rodney, to see if it hits sometimes, and if it hits, man, you look like a genius. In mine,
and the whole thing about it, you know, he doesn't have Peyton Manning, Dan Marino numbers or all these different things, but he had a long, fulfilling career and made an impact. You know, I did think when the Saints got Derek Carr, I thought, okay, but again, then things started falling apart in New Orleans. I thought, okay, that's a good little piece right there for them to get. It, you know, just didn't work out. But I think it's a good career. And again, if your heart's not in it, it's like anything, a relationship, a job, whatever. If your heart's not in it, time to step away.
Yeah, if you can't give 100%, don't give any at all, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're just doing yourself you're not just doing yourself a disservice. You're doing your team a disservice.
That's right. That's right.
Hey, I'll tell you who doesn't do you a disservice is Audiovisual Consultations. They're the best in service, the standard in service. So make sure you give them a call. 512-255-8678. That's the lottery numbers there. Make sure you dial it in. Get Tom over to your place. Get the consultation happening so that you can see some of the Stanley Cup playoffs, the NBA playoffs, and also what's going down with the seam heads here for all you baseball fans. So make sure you guys give them a call, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. See the gallery of projects that they've done on their website or over the past 35 years on their website, and then you will get an idea of what you want. If you don't, the big guy will come over and he'll just set your living room and your dude's den up for you, and you'll be fine. It's 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
That's right. Absolutely. Speaking of NFL insiders, we've got one that's coming up in this hour right now as we've started off. Let's jump in and bring in our man, Nick Harris. Nick, I want to ask you.
What's up, brother?
What's going on? How are you?
Breaking news this morning. Mike Tirico says to open the NFL season, it is our Dallas Cowboys on the road at Philadelphia as they put up the banner. First game on Thursday night. How about that?
Yeah, what's going on, fellas? That'll be certainly interesting. The ushering in of the Brian Schottenheimer era, and there will be a banner raised in the same night. We'll see, man.
Culture.
We'll see if culture translates to wins. We'll find out very early on. But can you guess how long or how many times the Cowboys and Eagles have opened the season against each other in 65 years? Can you guess how many times they've opened the season against each other?
Twice.
None.
It is now twice. Yeah.
Twice.
The first time was in 2000. I mean, it's crazy to think about. Just I think me personally, like during my entire life, I feel like it's always been the Giants. I felt like
it usually is it not?
Yeah, it feels like it's been the Giants like 5 times in my lifetime. And then the Washington has gotten in a couple of times too. And I don't know, it's just crazy to think that they've played 133 times and only 2 of them, or now 2 of them, have been season openers.
Nobody likes Philly.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the one, I guess, common denominator out of the whole East, right? If you talk to, Washington fans, Dallas fans, and New York fans, like, you guys like that? Yeah, Dallas sucks, but I mean, ultimately, like Philly, they're just the worst. You know what I mean? Like, it's the New York sucks, but fuck Philly. Like that's everybody, man.
Even Niners fans agree,
right? Yeah, dude. Yeah, Jordan will tell you.
Well, and I think what's scary about this, guys, is whatever happens, if Dallas goes in and beats Philadelphia, or if Dallas goes in and gets shellacked by Philadelphia, there's going to be a knee-jerk response on week 1.
Yep.
I personally
Dallas Cowboys. There's a knee-jerk response 52 weeks of the year.
Yeah. Last year when you come out and you paste Cleveland the first week, I'm like, Super Bowl, brother. Super Bowl.
And then they're picking second in the draft.
Yeah, so one way or the other, it's going to be a bad thing. One way or the other.
What's going on, boys? What we talking about today? What's on the recruiting front?
A lot of different stuff. We're going to start with Texas baseball softball, and then we're going to talk some recruiting and some Dallas Cowboys, obviously. So a lot of stuff.
Got to take 3 of 5, guys. 3 of 5, and we're conference champs. 3 of 5.
Yeah. Makes sense. I think it's possible.
We know you. That's it. All you got to do.
All right, boys. I'm going to bow out of here. You guys have a great show. We'll be listening.
Have a great one.
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
I'll see it. Sorry. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. Jordan
Strong start here on this Monday morning.
That's Nick Harris. Sorry, feeling a little under the weather this morning again. I don't know why. I need to get some checked out maybe, but don't have time. I'm going to Houston for a few days right after the show. So, anyways, Texas baseball, pretty eventful weekend. Dropped to, I believe it was number 3 in the country on Baseball America, or maybe it was number 6. I know they dropped from 1.
They dropped to number 3 on D1 Baseball. Yeah,
that's what it is. And a lot of Jonah Williams stuff on the internet. The floor is yours. We'll hear your thoughts on Texas's series versus the Florida Gators.
I think I need to go back to doubting them, because when I was doubting this Texas baseball team, they were playing a lot better. I'll start with that because that's my initial thought, and that was my initial thought this weekend. They dropped 2 of 3 against Florida, an underachieving Florida team at that. Florida's trying to claw their way into tournament situation and tournament bubble, ramifications. And I think they have a pretty good shot. They could sneak in as a 3 seed, but they'll need a run in Hoover next week. Unlike Texas A&M, who quick sidebar, quick caveat here, Texas A&M entering the weekend playing against Missouri. Missouri was 0-26 in SEC play. And I don't know if you saw this, Jordan, but did you see how that series ended up playing out?
I know they lost, but did they get swept?
They got swept, and they got outscored like 37-11. I mean, it was bad.
Yeah, I saw.
College Station is down horrendous, and Texas A&M, I think, has completely played themselves out of the tournament in one weekend.
Bang. Yeah, I saw a father of one of the Aggies' baseball players with some Twitter fingers. Did you see that?
I did not see that.
The dude's last name is Grahovic. I'm probably screwing that up.
Jake is his son, probably.
Yeah, that's his dad. And his dad was tweeting like, Early's coming back. Y'all are out of your mind. If he leaves, the whole team is leaving. Like something like that. And all the A&M fans are like, they're either like, kill yourself, or they're like, yeah. And then all the Texas fans
get the hell out of here.
Yeah. And then all the Texas fans are like letting the inmates run the asylum. Y'all saw what happened last year, in the same comments. So we'll see what happens. Anything in College Station is box office TV for Longhorn folks, especially.
It really is.
Due to the fact that they were the closest they've ever been to winning a championship in a major sport since 1939. And 2 days after they lost in the championship, their coach had left to go to join the guys in Austin. So, but anything you want to break down on the Texas Florida series, because I do want to talk to Jonah Williams stuff.
I think I'll let you kind of get into the Jonah Williams stuff, and I'll pitch to you from there. But just from an overall general perspective, this team cannot figure out its rotation, and I think that's going to be the biggest kryptonite towards this team, either performing or not performing in the tournament. Ruger Riojas is not your Friday guy. He brings the energy on Sunday, but you've tried him out on Friday. What is it, 3 or 4 times now? And it just hasn't worked out. You need to start your series better. You need to start your weekends better. Could he work in a regional against a 4 seed? Sure. I think that could definitely play itself out. But once you get into a super and you have to go up against, a Tennessee or a Vanderbilt, you're going to need a stronger guy in game 1. But ultimately, this injury to Jared Spencer has really put a stress on this pitching staff, and they can't figure out how to play around it and pitch in around it. It looks like they're getting Max Ballou back this weekend, though. Schloss talked about that before the Florida series, saying he might work him in some limited capacity this weekend, which is great news. It'll help the lineup. But, overarching, I mean, Texas is early. They are overperforming this year. That is the basis of it. And if you told everybody, before the season started, hey, they're going to be number 3 entering the final weekend with a really good shot at winning the SEC, you'd be like, hell yeah. But I think there's probably just a lot more pessimism just how they played over the last 2 weeks. They've lost 5 of 6 in the SEC, and they've dropped to number 3, and it felt like they had a stranglehold on that number 1 spot. Could it end up being a situation where they underperform in a regional and they're bounced? I think so. Like, I don't think their pitching staff is equipped to handle postseason baseball right now. But still, they're early. They're returning a lot of guys. I think there's still a lot of confidence to be had for the future. I'm not giving up on this season. I'm just going to go back to doubting them so that they start performing well.
Yeah. Hey, it is okay to do a little resetting of the expectations. They have exceeded those thus far this year. And I mean, as long as they don't lose in a regional off of, losing a ball in the lights, I think it'll be a pretty successful season no matter what. But want to talk about Jonah Williams. Man, you love to see it. First off, the being down 8-1 and him not swinging at the pitch and then talking shit as he walks to first base. Not the best look. Not the best look. I'll say that.
Schloss even had to come out and be like, yo, chill out, dog.
Yeah. And it's funny because, man, I covered Jonah Williams for, 3-4 years. The first time I met him, he showed up to National Combine in what was January of his freshman or sophomore year. And he actually had no offers. I don't think I've told this story. And you know how National Combine check-in room works, right? It's they sign up for the combine, they show up to this hotel, and they basically go through a car wash, all these rooms, papers they have to sign, different things they have to sign. There's mouth guards, other apparel they can sign up, buy different packages. There's videographers there. They can sign up, get, different video packages. Like, it's a whole car wash. And the very last thing is there's 3 24/7 sports rooms. There's a room where they get a paper where it basically is like, do you have offers? Yes or no? Yes. Do you have how many offers? List them. And then after that room, they hand the paper to someone at a company. They then go and get their headshot taken for the combine in front of the 24/7 backdrop. And then those papers get put into 2 piles, the kids with offers and the kids that don't have offers. The kids with offers are told to go in the third room. The kids without offers are told you're done, go to your hotel. And the ones with offers go in our room, and then they're interviewed by, our staff. Usually it's our national team, a few different team site guys. But it's an all-day thing. It runs from 8 in the morning to like 8 p.m. And by 4 p.m., there's only a few guys left in the room. Most of the time, it's the young guys. So by 4 p.m., Turbo and I were literally the only ones in the room this year.
Quick thing, Brian Peroni, when he was working for 24/7 Sports, he would love to pitch in like a 5'2", 100-pound white kid to throw over to Mike Roach and be like, hey, go talk to that guy over there. And then Mike has to interview this kid, and this kid's like, I want to go to Alabama.
Yeah. That always happens too.
He would do that 2 or 3 times a day just to keep the energy going. It'd be hilarious. But go ahead.
The most important part of that day is the guy who mans the door, because the kids who don't have offers are trying to get into the room to talk to us. And we have other priorities.
Yeah.
So there's a guy there that has to check papers, be like, "No, you're a good man, leave." And then they'll be like, kids are like, "Are you sure?" And they're like, "Yeah." But it does happen a few times during the day where, someone at the door will start trolling and sending in just kids that obviously have no shot. But anyways, Jonah shows up. Turbo's at the door, and I'm in the room. We're taking turns sending guys in, right? And Jonah comes up, and he doesn't have any offers. I'm like, well, who is this kid? Galveston Ball, that's cool, but who is this? And he's like, no, we need to talk to him. We need to take his photo. He's going to be a dude. I literally had no idea who he was. The next day, he's the best player at the combine, wins MVP. We post he won MVP, all his numbers and stuff, and UTSA and Texas Tech offered him that day. Those are his first 2 offers. That's how Jonah Williams got his first 2 offers.
Yeah.
But literally while he's balling out at the combine, every guy on our team is like, who is this? And Turbo's like, that's Jonah Williams. Galveston Ball. Yeah, shout out Turbo. Those Viper roots and Houston area roots clutched that one. And obviously, a few years later, he's the #1 safety prospect in the country, and I think finished number 7 overall in the country for us. But man, with Jonah, very rarely would you see him get that amped up. So I'm very curious, besides getting hit by pitch, if there's anything else that really got him that turned up to where he was talking that much shit after not swinging.
He's kind of been like that all season. Now, it was definitely amped up in that moment, but even when he came out for his first start against Auburn, he would take a pitch and he would do the thing. And I was like, all right, dude, calm down a little bit. But it was really amped up in that at bat. On Friday night, and then Saturday he was awesome, so he was able to back it up a little bit. But I thought that was weird too, because I know Jonah briefly, not as well as you guys do, and I never saw him as a guy that showed emotion either. And so I was like, first, this is strange. Second, this is going to be a lot of fun in the fall if he lays a huge hit on somebody and just fuck you, dude.
Yeah. And like I see a lot of people were like kind of defending him, being like, hey, like he's the number one safety in the country. Football players talk a lot of shit. He's kind of just bringing some football into baseball. I think that's part of it, but also I think something got him going that I don't think we know the full story of. I don't think it was just the fact that he got hit by a pitch, but man, the next day or 2 days later, when he hit that deep shot and got 2 runs in, man, love to see that. Talking that cash shit too, going to second. I love to see that. I was very happy for him, getting kind of the final say. I believe. Not sure how he did at the other at bats, but
yeah,
doesn't matter.
He's been doing well, man. He's batting like 330 something, I think, and y'all had to check me on that. CB's probably got the stat, but he's been playing well. He's been a nice addition to the bottom of the lineup.
Yeah, I'm curious how it'll go for football. Because I know what is invested in Jonah Williams at 7 figures. That is a lot. And, he's obviously been great in baseball, but football, usually it does take longer to adjust to the speed of the game, especially in the SEC conference. So there's no way in hell he's going to redshirt because of how much is invested in him. It's the same thing as Justice Terry, where it's like, I don't care if he's not really quite ready to make an impact. You have to play him no matter what because of what you're spending on him.
Yeah.
But, the Texas safety room is one of the more loaded rooms on the team. You have Michael Taft, who's the returning captain, and not just the defense, pretty much the entire team. Derek Williams coming off injury, he'll be a factor, and then Jelani McDonald. Those are kind of going to be the main 3. And then right now, Xavier Filsaime and Jordan Johnson-Ubell are kind of fighting for that 4th safety spot because Jonah Williams hasn't really been around in spring. So that would be 4 safety.
Do you play him in the box more and try to maybe get him intertwined in that linebacker room?
Well, that's the thing. He does not want to play in the box. Yeah, so funny story here. We originally ranked him as a linebacker because he is linebacker size. I mean, he's 6'3", 220, somewhere around there. But I mean, he made it very clear to every school recruiting him, like, hey, I'm not playing in the box. I'm not going to play linebacker. And for about a year, it was very annoying because every time we'd write a story about him, we'd have to write, no, he's actually getting recruited to play safety, but he's ranked as a linebacker. And then him and his camp would be like, I'm a safety or I'm an athlete. So he's kind of full on safety. If he does get in the box, I think it's because he's playing like this jumbo nickel role they maybe talk him into. But, man, I don't think – like if Texas tries to put him as a true linebacker, he will probably threaten to go in the portal because that's just how against it he was in high school.
Any chance of a receiver play?
Hey, I would love to see that. I think it's an emergency situation, though, and a lot of players would have to get hurt before that. But I know he can do it.
Okay.
So, yeah, like with him playing this year, I don't know where he'll fit in. They'll get him on the field in some form or fashion. I think, there's a chance that – I mean, if you're Texas, you want to play the best 5 DBs you can, right? Or the best 6 DBs you can in certain packages, I guess.
Yeah.
And with that, sometimes that means Jelani McDonald is the star. And you have Derek Williams and Michael Taft on the field, Yeah. So a lot of different combinations. I don't know how they'll fit him in, but again, there's no way in hell he's going to redshirt. At the very minimum, he'll be playing special teams. And, I mean, he returned kicks and punts for 4 years at Galatzan ball.
Yeah.
Not sure if Sark will trust him to do that year 1 in the SEC, but I'd expect him to get a crack at it. So very excited to see it. Super bright future for him, and always had a good head on his shoulders. Always been a pleasure to cover. So very excited to see him this year. But
Texas softball.
Yeah, Texas softball.
Keep that in real quick. They number 6 overall seed in the tournament. They'll welcome in UCF, Michigan, and Eastern Illinois for their regional in Austin this upcoming weekend. I would like to get your take on this one, Jordan. So the SEC championship in softball is going down. This was in Athens, Georgia over the weekend. And on Saturday, Oklahoma and Texas A&M are getting ready to play in the SEC championship, and they get a weather delay and then another weather delay, and then they just go, y'all are co-champions. Congratulations, have fun, go home. And they're co-champions. I agree, CB. SEC is soft as hell for awarding co-champions. That's some bullshit. The rankings came out on Sunday. Texas A&M got the number 1 overall seed. Oklahoma got number 2. And Texas is number 6. But I thought that was fascinating. I thought it was some BS.
I had no idea A&M was that good at softball.
Yeah, they've been hooping. They've been playing really well over the course of the last couple of months, and I agree. I think OU probably should have got the number 1 seed, but
I did see. I forget what college it is, but you know how like during the seating shows they have cameras like in these rooms with the
yeah.
Seeing the team that found out they're having to play Oklahoma and all of them do the surrender cobra.
Yeah, they're like, oh,
like yo, not forget there's a fucking camera right here. You know what I mean?
Conceding.
So yeah, y'all might as well throw in the towel because that basically is what y'all did in the video. But I don't know, why is the SEC softball championship or tournament played in Athens? It's like at Georgia's facilities.
Yeah, it was at Georgia's facilities. I'm not 100% sure why they did that, but that's
because baseball's in Hoover, right?
Hoover, Alabama. I doubt it stays there much longer. I love it in Hoover. I think it's perfect, but SEC big money. I think it eventually gets taken by MLB Park here in the next couple of years.
Hey, Globe Life, not too far from my house. I'd make some games.
Globe Life is Big 12 championship. They got that shit locked down.
Sankey versus Yormark in an octagon at Globe Life. That would pack it out, I think. But let's talk some of this Cowboys schedule. I know the full schedule hasn't been released, but this morning came out. They're going to play the Eagles. Few fun facts. Since 2004, 20 defending Super Bowl champions have played in the first game to open the season. Those teams have gone 15-5 in those games, including the Chiefs' 27-20 win over the Ravens in last season's opener, per Schefter, and then per Nick Harris right there. It will be just the second season opener in the 133-game history of the divisional rivalry between the Cowboys and the Eagles. Starting on, is it Thursday Night Football, right?
Thursday Night Football, yeah. So Cowboys will be at Lincoln Financial Field watching the Eagles raise the banner and then usher in the Brian Schottenheimer era directly after. I had heard some whispers last week that it was either going to be this or the Bears on Sunday Night Football in Week 1. Either way, it was going to be an NBC game in Week 1. And I'm glad it ended up being this one for selfish reasons and for content reasons. Selfish reasons being I would rather go to Chicago in like Week 3 because I'd like to go up to Chicago a couple of days early. Our boy Tommy Yarish is from Chicago. He's always told me, hey, whenever that game happens, we'll go up and I'll show you around the city. And I was like, okay, I'll check in with Tommy Yarish at the O-Block. And
Jesus Christ.
But in Week 1, that wouldn't have been that feasible just because like we're still getting a feel of like what the schedule will look like under Brian Schottenheimer and all that. So I'm glad that's happening later on. But talking about the Eagles game specifically, it's going to be fun. I mean, everyone's healthy. And that's the thing about the Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott era of this rivalry is that it's so hard to get these two quarterbacks healthy at the same time when they're playing each other. I think there's only been one season since Jalen Hurts came into the league where they've both played both games. And so it's probably also the NFL being like, yeah, we're going to get this game in while we can. So it'll be fun. Looking forward to it. And then the rest of the schedule, they're kind of piecing the schedule around over the course of the next few days. So like Fox is going to release a game today. Amazon Prime is going to release a game today. And then ESPN and Netflix are dropping some games. And then international games comes out tomorrow. But the full schedule release will be Wednesday at 7:00. And looking forward to kind of how it all shakes out. It's an exciting time for me just because I can start to plan my travel and, see which college games I can catch throughout the season and which high school games I can catch throughout the season too, like here back in Dallas. So I'm looking forward to it. Yeah.
How are they going to do it? Is it going to be kind of like Selection Sunday where they just go like week by week or team by team?
I have no idea. It's so.
Have they done this before?
Yeah, they kind of have, but it's becoming a bigger thing every year. And schedule release has really taken on a big importance, I guess, over the course of the last couple of years specifically. And then now NFL Network and ESPN2 are doing a 3-hour show on Wednesday night for this. But I think
it's 3 hours. They're going to take their time and it'll be drug out.
The thing about it though is like all the social media teams have a video or some creative way to like throw their schedule out. They do it every year. And those videos are going to be released probably right at 7. And so we'll know the full schedule like pretty much immediately at 7. And the show will just be there for pointless reasons. That's what I anticipate happening. But
so you're telling us those with brains in the NFL media circles have connections with the creative team to get the schedule early?
Yeah, good luck. I'll tell you, the NFL treats the schedule like war codes, like bomb threats. I mean, they do not. It's so strange, and it makes no sense at all. It was funny because my editor was reaching out to me this morning, was like, "Hey, so like schedule release, is that something we can get ahead of time and plan for?" And I was like, no. And honestly, like, I don't feel like cashing in a favor for that because I think it's pointless. Like, everyone will know it at 7:00 and we'll have a story ready regardless. Like, I'm not worried about it. He's like, good point. So we'll see at 7 on Wednesday night.
Yep. Anything else you want to talk about Cowboys, Eagles, or the schedule before we get into a Texas commit?
Yeah, let's get into that commit. I'm excited to hear about it from your perspective too.
Yeah, so Texas, this would have been Friday. Yeah, I believe it was Friday. Hayward Howard Jr., the son of Hayward Howard Sr., who played at Ole Miss, defensive lineman. Yeah, it was funny. I went over to the LSU on 3 site once I found out Texas was getting this kid on Thursday. And I think, other people found out as well. The crystal ball started going in from they started changing from LSU to Texas. Hank South had it right the entire time. Shout out to Hank. And I actually gave him shit for putting it in favor of Texas. But the LSU
Look
on
at you, egg on your face, bozo.
Well, hey, I'll get to that in a sec. The LSU on 3 site. I was like, imagine naming your son Hayward Howard and then being Hayward Howard and naming your son Hayward Howard. I was like, man, like I kind of like the name, especially once you meet this kid. But this says it all right here. Ultra competitive cornerback prospect with physical tools. This kid is long, limbered, and young too. He turned 17 in July. His original commitment day was July 23rd. Obviously moved it up to commit to Texas. And man, Alan Clark, Mark Orphy, Dwayne Akina, and I mean the whole Texas staff pretty much helped get this one done. And I know he's an 88 3-star, but I think there's a very high chance that could end up changing just because these players that are young and at this stage, and especially I'm going to pull up the junior film too, there's a lot of things that he can improve on and continue building on. So if he's an 88 off of what he showed thus far, I like the chances of him putting together a good senior season. Not as confident in him finishing in the top 247 as I was with Aiden Anding this past year, but I mean, this kid is awesome. Super, super physical corner. Projects, I think, best to corner, but Texas has kind of recruited him to play the defensive back role where they're just going to move him all over. And, I mean, that's also kind of what Texas's defensive back outlook is under Dwayne Akina. They want to play a ton of man coverage, and they're telling the large majority of these DB prospects they're recruiting, we're not recruiting you to play corner, nickel, or safety. We're recruiting you to play defensive back at Texas, where once you get there, we're going to figure it out. We're going to cross-train with every position so you can play every position, and where you're best at is where you'll see the field at. So I love that. Obviously, I think Texas established itself as DBU, back in Akina's first stint during kind of the glory days of Mac Brown, and think they'll be able to do it again. With the body types, athletes, and just level of prospects that they've been bringing in the last few years, even with Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon in town, like, they have some dudes and they will be able to do a lot of things with them. And especially, man, like having Akina there, who's also already coached with Nansen as a co-DC back at Arizona, is a big deal. So, again, really like this kid. I wrote about it. I've seen him in person once at an OT7 7-on-7 tournament. And the whole time he was talking shit and pressing the shit out of the guy he was guarding. And, I mean, I love that stuff. Super, super competitive. And, I think I wrote like, hey, I don't think there's any way LSU doesn't eventually offer this kid because they didn't have an offer on the table at the time that I saw him in what was March or April. A week or two after that, they end up offering. But he doesn't have verified track times. And I know he has verified testing data because he was at Under Armour New Orleans, and I'm almost positive he ran and went through the drills and events or whatnot. But he doesn't have track times, and I've been told that is why LSU is kind of their pitch apparently is that he needs to camp to make that offer committable. And I mean, if you're hearing from Texas, Miami, and all these other schools,
yeah,
I wouldn't blame him for basically being like, screw you, I shouldn't have to camp for this. And LSU tried pulling that on Aiden Anding for the longest time, and then eventually just put a committable offer on the table. Him being an in-state Louisiana kid, it didn't take long at all. But, man, this is a big one. Edna Carr is an LSU pipeline. They sign like 2 to 3 kids out of Edna Carr every single year. And, you know, super strong program down there in New Orleans. So, again, love this get for Texas. I know he's an 88 3-star, and the Stargazers are going to be like, oh, you know, I want someone else or whatever. But, man, this is a guy who could potentially make an impact early on, and one that's also just going to raise the competition level of the Texas secondary room. Not that it needs it by any means, but, I mean, you want individuals like this who are just driven. So, love the get, love the tape, and love that he's still 16 years old and doesn't turn 17 till July, because I do think he's pretty much just starting to tap into his potential and just starting to put it together.
Yeah, I really fell in love with New Orleans high school football, or Louisiana in general, whenever I was covering what's up, Coach Top? Whenever I was covering the state of Louisiana for Rivals back a few years ago, and Edna Carr's easily the premier program in New Orleans, in my opinion, at this point in time. And seeing that they got a big long corner from Edna Carr, that was exciting. And here, looking at this film, you definitely see the physicality, you see the competitiveness. I also see play speed. And you talk about you know, maybe testing concerns from schools and specific people, maybe even rankings guys. And the play speed shows up on film. Just watch the tape. So that would be my combative reasoning for saying that he needs that testing. But is this a situation though where, let's say he does get a committable LSU offer, how comfortable would you feel that Texas can hold on to it?
Yeah, that's the thing. They're gonna have to hold on to him. Looking at let me pull up LSU's 24/7 site, and I should be able to give you a better read on that. Because actually,
it's like JV and Toviano. What are they talking about? We need you to test. Like, that kid never tested. He didn't take a math test, much less a track test.
Okay, but you got to remember, Corey Raymond wasn't at LSU for like 2 seasons because he was over there in Gainesville, Florida. I think that was one of the years they got Toviano in.
Gotcha.
Because that's also how Texas was able to get Derek Williams and, I mean, kind of Wardell Mack as well.
Yeah.
Corey Raymond wasn't in town. By the way, this is a scouting report for Howard from Gabe Brooks. Ultra competitive cornerback prospect, physical tools, and field demeanor to succeed at the Power 4 level. Owns the requisite frame with great height and above average length. Solid testing data in a combine setting. Displays turn and run juice in the vertical game, along with sudden redirecting and handsy catch point peskiness in the short to intermediate game. Can get a bit too grabby at times and will take some chances. However, represents a quality Power 4 caliber cover man who could potentially play multiple roles but could thrive in a boundary corner spot. Owns the physical tools, functional athleticism, and position-specific know-how to become a quality starter with the ceiling beyond the college game. So, yeah, pretty much sums it up well. And then as far as
ceiling beyond the college game, he shouldn't be an 88 3-star. That's all I got to say there.
That's also what he debuted at. And he got ranked right after Under Armour, New Orleans. So we'll see what things change. Okay, right now LSU has 5 official visits with DBs. 2 of these guys are committed. One's committed to Notre Dame, or 2 are committed to LSU. One's committed to Notre Dame. One's committed to Ohio State. And then the other's a 5-star corner that is uncommitted. So going to have to make some calls, but I mean, if he's doing this and kind of going out on his limb, I think committing early when he never planned to, it does kind of show you Texas will have to hold on there.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know, unless LSU changes what their thinking is and makes it to where he doesn't have to camp to have a committable offer, that could change things too. So, you know, we'll see what happens. But, like, I mean, if you're Texas, you take this kid's commitment 1,000 times out of 1,000, you know.
Yeah.
And in a cycle where they're going to sign 4 or 5, maybe 6 DBs. I doubt it'll be 6. I think 4 or 5 is a much better number. This is a great get to take as a first take. So love this. Think Yaheem Riley out of Austin Anderson could potentially be the next DB commit. We'll see. But really like this get from Hayward Howard.
They're gonna have the all name secondary if they have Yaheem Miami Riley and Hayward Howard Jr. and Wardell Mack. Just all name team in Austin forming.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm pulling. There's a notable commitment to Oregon over the weekend, and I'm pulling up this video because I had to watch this, so I'm making y'all's eyes see it too. So Richard Wesley, who is a like 5-star edge prospect out of Sierra Canyon in the Los Angeles area, same high school that LeBron's sons went to, and commits to Oregon. We're just going to play this video. If you're on audio only, I'll describe the video after I play it. It's 27 seconds and pretty hard to watch.
Didn't see you there. Well, you know, all the schools, they all show me, types of love, but there's one school, show me the most love, and, I guess that's where I'm going. You ready, Coach? Let's get it. Woo! It's time, baby. Let's go.
There's so many things to break down here. There are so many things to break. First off, these girls by the pool, they're like, what the hell is happening? First off.
Yeah.
Second, he has underwear on. He's got his bulge out. Like, dog, like, put on some shorts at least. Dan Lanning has a back tattoo. I mean, there's a lot of things to break down here.
Yeah. Also, like, why are they at an apartment pool? You're telling me they don't have a pool in the fucking Oregon football facility? Like, why are they there? That's what I want to know. Same question. Bad. Like, dog, this video is gonna get viewed. It already has 1 million views. Like, put some shorts on, man. Come on. And also, Lanning, like, you didn't think this through at all, knowing damn well you will never be able to live this video down, and neither will this kid. And the funny thing, too, he went on this visit by himself. And what Coach Top is talking about right here, soft commit, is true. I saw Rivals is Adam Gorney, your former coworker, did a story with quotes from this kid's dad. He went on this visit without his parents, and his dad basically said, we had no idea he was committing. We're still going to take the other visits. We're still evaluating all the other options, and, like, we did not know he was doing this.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. So, that being said, we'll see if they can hold on to him. It'd be hilarious if they didn't, considering they filmed this video. And I mean, if if Sark would have to film this type of video to get him, I'm not sure if they do that, in all honesty.
Who would? Brian Kelly.
I don't think LSU's in it. It's like Oregon, USC, Ohio State, Texas, A&M. I'd love to see Mike Elko do it. Yeah.
Ryan Day, he jumps in and, like, all his, like, hair dye just comes off. He's got, like, gray hair under there.
Yeah. And also, why is the ACC channel on in the background?
They got Jordan Travis highlights in the background. Buddy just retired.
Yeah. Could you imagine? Like, do you think those girls there? Do you think Lanning or whoever filmed this was like, hey, we're about to film this kind of video. Can y'all just, like, act like we're not here? Or do you think they just walked up to the apartment pool and were like, fuck it, we don't got to say anything. Let's just shoot it.
That's probably what happened. It's probably the latter.
I also love the part where it turns to him and is, didn't see there. That
like, how
part.
did you commit to your college back when you were in high school? That's going to be his story.
The crazy part, too, is, like, this kid is actually ridiculously talented. Like, I believe he was our number 4 overall prospect in 2027 before he reclassed, and I think he's now, like, a 5-star top 50 for us. This kid is the highest ranked edge prospects out of California since Kayvon Thibodeau. Wow. And that's in his scouting report from Greg Biggins. Literally said the best edge prospect out of the state of California since Kayvon Thibodeau. And I believe Thibodeau was 2018 or 2019. Yeah, but Thibodeau is the number 1 player in the country, I think, or like top 3. So, yeah. I mean, it is It is big, you know. Yeah, this is why I said this. He does shoot TikToks with a few commits. I've seen Mike Elko in a few different TikToks with Aaron Gregory. And I did not see this, CB. Brennan Marion apparently said Texas's backup for Arch Manning was Jaden Rashad in 2023. All right, gonna kind of call BS on this.
I think I am too.
To be honest with you, I was always told they didn't have a backup playing, and they were telling. I mean, it's also how recruiting works. But they were telling Arch, if we don't get you, we're not signing a QB this cycle. Like, they were telling him that. Now, schools do stuff all the time where they tell kids stuff and do things differently because lying to kids is part of recruiting. But with how Rashada's whole recruitment went, I don't know if Texas was going to play ball with him. It was very obvious from the jump he was bag hunting. I mean, this is a kid from Los Angeles who was like exclusively looking at the big three Florida schools who were throwing around more cash than most schools at the time. You know, he committed to Miami and Florida. So, not saying it isn't true, but like I do think this probably would have come out earlier than it did. Brennan Marion also signed him to Sac State. Am I wrong?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Like, you don't think he's just pumping up the new QB side?
Yeah.
Not trying to hate. I hope he does well, but I just kind of struggle to see it.
It's not true. And from the time that I was covering that recruiting cycle, covering Texas, covering the whole state, if Arch did not end up at Texas, I think they probably would have pivoted to Austin Novosad. Just based on who was available at that point in the cycle. I'm going through the quarterbacks right now. Who was available at that point in the cycle and who was gettable at that time. It would have been Novosad.
Yeah. Hey, man, hearing what Brennan Marion told folks in Austin about coaching Ajay Hall and being in the same room with him during that 1 year at Texas, I was kind of blown away Marion took him out of the portal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you're an FCS program. How many people can you employ on staff to make sure Ajay Hall doesn't do Ajay Hall shit?
Yeah. All that Sac State NIL money going to pay some student interns to make sure he gets to class on time, shows up to meetings, and goes to bed at 10 p.m. every night.
Yeah. Love to see Savion
That's
Red
before we even talk about Savion Red.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder how many of the guys that Brennan Marion has signed out of the portal or offered in high school actually know where Sacramento is.
Yeah, Sacramento's not like a super strange place. It's the capital of California.
Yeah, how many football players know that?
Probably a good amount. The Sacramento Kings. I mean, like, they have an NBA team.
If you gave any of these dudes a map of California and said, hey, point where Sacramento is, I guarantee maybe half of them do it accurately.
Dog, if you gave – this is just humans in general. I've learned this as I've gotten older. If you went to a bunch of humans and be like, point to where you live on a map, they wouldn't be able to fucking do it. It is wild, the geography ineptness of our society. It's unreal.
Yeah. Yeah, hide your boots, Sac State Police. Ajay Hall only needs 2 bare hands to get him off. Okay, the next thing that I want to talk about before we get back into some football recruiting. Giannis Antetokounmpo, the Greek freak with the Milwaukee Bucks. Shams reported, I believe it was this morning, maybe last night, for the first time in his career, is open to options outside of Milwaukee. Let's spitball, brainstorm here. Where is the Greek freak going to end up playing
Golden
basketball?
State. Honestly, I think Miami does make a lot of sense here. Pat Riley said in his exit presser last week that they are not going to be running it back with what they have. They have the funds to go get a star. Miami Heat fans are delusional, and they always think they're getting the biggest guy in the market. They think they're getting KD. I think they're getting Giannis.
Okay, that's also what happens when they sign the biggest free agent deal of all time, like 15 years ago with LeBron.
He didn't sign the biggest free agent deal of all time. He took a little less to go there.
Well, no, I meant like not in terms of the money, but like who the name is.
I got you.
Yeah.
Miami makes sense. Houston would be kind of fascinating to pair with all those young stars. Dallas, like, what if Nico Harrison's just like, hey, I know I messed up. I'm going to sign Giannis. We're going to be all right around here. And he lets Daniel Gafford walk, and, they kind of play some musical chairs in that front court. And instead they bring in Giannis. I wonder how Mavs fans would feel about that. Feel about Nico Harrison specifically too.
Nico Harrison would be in the press conference like, I figured out that Metroplex loves these dudes from Europe, and I'm like, oh, he's from Greece. Let's go get him. Let's go get him.
Yeah. Oh, he's good. Say less. he didn't even know who he was.
Yeah, but no, I mean, what is? Here's the question though: what will someone have to give up for Giannis? Because how many years are left on his contract?
That's a fascinating one. I know they signed an extension with him around the time that they won that championship, and what was that, 2021?
Yeah, hey, he got the job done. He got them one ring. He's done.
He is. Gosh, he still has 3 years left on his deal, so he'll be an unrestricted free agent in 2029 or 2028. Excuse me. He does have a player option in his third season, but those almost always get exercised. Yeah, they'd have to give up quite a bit. They'd have to give up. It would have to be basically what the Thunder gave up for Paul George years back, and that ended up being an awful trade.
Yeah. Hey, maybe the Rockets get there, get rid of Jalen Green. I would love to see that.
That would be kind of hilarious. Honestly, that could make sense. Like, package Jalen Green. Gosh, you'd have to get rid of another star in there. You'd probably have to get rid of
Is
maybe
Jabari Smith worth enough?
Yeah. Reed Shepherd, and then a couple first-round picks probably like 15 first-round picks over the course of the next 10 years. You'd have to give up a lot for Giannis. You'd have to give up a lot.
Yeah, I remember I think it was like year 2 or year 3 of him being in the league when he was like actually kind of starting to put it together. Like, his car broke down, or he didn't have a car, and like something happened with the Uber where he was going to be late, and he dead ass just started running from like his apartment to the arena in Milwaukee. I'm pretty sure I read this in like a Sports Illustrated magazine, waiting for a haircut in like middle school or high school.
Imagine you're just like stuck in traffic in Milwaukee, like on the interstate, and you just see 7'1" Giannis Antetokounmpo. Like,
no, that's what happened. Some fan was like, "Holy shit, it's Giannis! There's a game tonight," and they gave him a ride.
Nice.
So that was a story. I need to find that. I don't know what made me just think about that, but yeah, there's some Giannis stock. Okay, last kind of thing. One of the last things I had in the middle of spring ball right now. I was in Austin Tuesday through Wednesday, kind of, and then spent the last tail end of the week kind of seeing DFW area schools, Alito, Frisco, Panther Creek, Mesquite, Petite, a few different programs. And then as soon as I'm done with this, I'm driving down to Houston, going to go see Kennedy Brown, the number 2 overall prospect in 2027, number 1 offensive tackle prospect, workout at Humble Kingwood.
Nice.
And did you know Humble Kingwood is the number 2 player in the country in 2027.
That is wild. I didn't know he was up there. I didn't know he was that far up there, though.
Yeah, he's a total freak show. Like, verified 6'3.5", 6'4". You want to guess what his wing is?
No.
It's been measured most commonly at 86, but
That's
it's
insane.
up to 87.5. It's verified +7 though, +7 feet.
That's insane.
Yeah. Has like 36.5, 37-inch arms and like 11-inch hands. Literally checks every single box from a measurement perspective, except like height. But when you're that long, that doesn't matter. You can stand the perimeter at left tackle long term.
Yeah.
This will actually be his first season playing left tackle at the varsity level, because this past year he played right tackle as a sophomore, and Kingwood had their left tackle ended up going to Northwestern, and he'd been a 3-year starter at that point, so they weren't going to unseat him. So kind of a big year. He's learning the left side. And then seeing him today. Tomorrow I'll be at Shadow Creek in Richmond Randall, see Chris Stewart, the Texas receiver commit, and then Landon Williams-Callis, star 2027 running back. And then on Wednesday, going to Almeida Crawford. They don't have anyone for Texas yet, but they have a young receiver I really, really like over there, Alvin Mosley. I actually found him, posted about him on our board like in September or August, when he didn't have a single offer except for one basketball offer. And now he has like 5 basketball offers, like 12 football offers, and he's like our number 140 overall prospect.
Hell yeah.
Awesome player. Texas is scheduled to host him for an elite camp in early June. As long as he shows up and balls out, I think he's getting offered. So kind of just coming down there to show face. It's a brand new school. It's Fort Bend ISD. And this was the first year it opened, and it's relieving crowding at Fort Bend Ridge Point and Fort Bend Hightower. And those 2 schools always produce dogs, so you know they got dudes.
Yeah.
So excited to see them. They got a guy on their staff that I met this past year at A-Leaf Hastings, who's the brother of the Richmond Randall head coach. So just showing face, hanging out with the guys.
His last name's also Randall.
Yeah. And then that school's named after their dad.
Yeah, I know. It's fascinating.
And the last stop will be on Wednesday, going to see Jermaine Bishop, probably my favorite prospect in the country right now. He's going to be practicing at Willis Wednesday afternoon and driving back home to Fort Worth. Actually found out that Jermaine Bishop is likely playing quarterback this year for Willis.
Fascinating.
Which I hate.
I hate that too.
This is a kid who's like 600 yards away from being the all-time leading receiver in the Houston metro area.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
He's like 1,400 receiving yards away from being a top 10 all-time in career receiving yards, Texas high school football history. And if he were to do that, he'd be the only player besides Jackson Smith and Jigba that did it at the 6A level.
Yeah.
So pretty damn impressive. And him going back to his regular position depends on a kid winning a UIL appeal, which I've never heard someone winning a UIL appeal. So
I've heard it working out a few times.
Name one.
I can't think of it. I couldn't tell you one that it didn't work out for. I remember appeals working a couple times. They've worked in the past.
Yeah, they've
worked a couple in the past. Don't get me wrong.
I know, but this is they had a QB hit the portal from the Woodlands, transferred to Willis. Family bought a house in Willis, but UIL flagged them. So, we'll see. Again, I think, I'm going to love to watch him no matter what he's playing. I would watch Jermaine Bishop deep snap if it came to it, but love him at kind of the receiver corner instead of QB and corner. But anyways, what I'm trying to get to here, spring ball is super fun. You get to see these guys in a very unique setting. Practicing sometimes in front of college coaches. You also get to, build sources with those coaches at these practices. But just seeing kind of how they're wired, getting a better idea on that, and, hearing from their high school coaches, along with just like getting to see the neighborhood, the areas these guys come from. I think that's a cool part of it. Kind of gets a better understanding of who these guys really are between the years and, what they've done to get where they're at. So, love that. Kind of just want to ask you, you spent a lot of time on the road at spring ball. Any like really big memories or anything that really sticks out from that?
It was my favorite part of the job, was in the off season, really being able to like entrench myself in some of those communities. There was one of my favorite memories. Gosh, I have a few. I'll start with one from New Caney. Went and saw Kedrick Riscano when he was there. And
now an Arizona Wildcat.
Yeah, and supposed to be starting this year. He got to meet him that day and just kind of meet up with him. Met the TCU running backs coach that day, and just shot the shit with him for a couple hours, just about everything recruiting related. That was a day that stands out to me. There was a trip I took to Louisiana. It ended up being the last recruiting trip I ever took. And I spent a week and a half down in Louisiana, just meeting up with various recruits and updating their recruitment. And I'll tell this story. I was thinking in my head if I wanted to or not, but I went to Lafayette Christian Academy, and
home of Melvin Hills, by the way.
Home of Melvin Hills. He was there. Home of Jawan Johnson. He was a 4-star recruit. I think he ended up going to Colorado. I don't know if he's still there or not.
LSU.
He ended up going to LSU. Okay, I know he committed to Colorado at one point, but at LSU, and he was a fun ass player, so fun. I had been offered the job by the Cowboys the day before. and I go into LCA.
Oh yeah, I remember this. Sorry.
Yeah, and it was a very tough decision for me. It was to leave recruiting and go to the Cowboys, and it was something I was still weighing at that time. And I had basically, I don't know how spiritual y'all are, but I had asked God, I was like, hey man, like give me a direction here. Like send me a sign, send me something. And that was the day before. And I go to LCA again, just continuing business as usual, updating recruitments for Jawan Johnson, Melvin Hills. And they have a coach that walks up to me, and he's it's the middle of practice. He walks up to me. He's like, hey man, like, I don't know who you are, but God is telling me to speak to you right now. And I'm like, holy shit. And we go into his office and we talk for like an hour and a half. And we don't even really talk about like the job or like the fork in the road that I'm at. And we just talk about life and like where we want to go in life and, you know, why we are here and things like that. And it was one of the craziest conversations I ever had in my life. And I walked out of that building and I knew exactly what I wanted to do. And I got in my car and you called me and you said, hey, I'm getting a full-time job with Horns 247. And I was like, this shit's meant to be, man. And it was probably the craziest hour I've ever had in my life. Like when you feel like that energy around you, that shit happened for me. That's my favorite spring ball story, to make it short and sweet. But yeah, that was a fun one.
Yeah, you don't have anything quite like that.
Yeah. You're like, yeah, I met this kid once. He was just cool. He was rapping on the sideline, just shooting dice with his friends.
No, I do have some funny stories about kids.
There was one time I went to Katy Pato, and I showed up to see DJ Hicks, and their whole school was on lockdown for like an hour and a half because somebody had like shot their parent or something in the neighborhood next to the school, and he was like on the loose. And I went to the Tim Hortons in Katy for like 2 hours, and David Hicks Sr., the head coach over there and DJ's dad, he just brought DJ over to the Tim Hortons so that I could do my interview and we could get out of there. It was a wild day. That was a wild day too. That was like a week after the Katy Pato head coach had gotten caught like messing around with girls in the school. There was a lot going on at Katy Pato at that time. Yeah,
man, Pato's kind of falling off. Shout out DJ Hicks Sr. doing a damn good job over there and doing what he can. Yeah, the only thing similar to that showed up like this happened twice in 1 year. This is in 2022, where I hit up coach like, hey, I'm gonna be out there this week. Can you send me your schedule? Yeah, here it is. All right, cool. I'll be out there on Thursday. All right, dope. You're good to go. We'll see you Thursday. Wednesday night, check in. Hey, you still good to go tomorrow? Yes, sir. You're good. Looking forward to seeing you. And then Thursday, I show up. No one. Where's everyone? Hit up the coach. Call him. Nothing. Can't hear anything. Doesn't pick up. Get a text on like 3:50 being like, oh shit, my bad, man. I forgot we had star testing. I'm like, bro, like, what are we fucking doing? Like, that happened at Katy Maid Creek, Tayshawn Wilson's uncle.
Oh man,
I haven't been to Maid Creek since. Every time I see Coach Paula, it's a training session or 7-on-7, or I just call him.
That would piss me off.
But no, I'll close this out quick. The two fun spring ball memories from last year. I'd always been a big fan of Nick Townsend, but I'd only seen him once in person, and it was at the Texas Junior Day in January. And then, just watched his film, looked into him a lot that spring, but I'd only seen him in person for the second time that May. And I'm like, yo, holy shit. Yeah. Like, I came away blown away. Colin and I were both there, and we're literally like almost just drooling watching this guy run around and play football. Because Decaney has, they have like around this time last year, I think they had about 8 kids with FBS offers, including a receiver going to USC who's a 4-star in the same class as Nick. And it's clear as day, Townsend's the guy. Yeah. He's the guy. And just like, bro, seeing him at 6'3", like 245, a week after he went 10.92, and just like seeing him jog around and do all these drills where he's literally the fastest player in every drill is a 6'3", 245-pounder. And like he has kind of, when he's jogging, that hop in his step where he's coming like 4 inches off the ground when he's jogging. Like, just getting to see that type of athlete. I remember being kind of blown away. I was major stock up for Nick Townsend after that day. and became a huge fan of him. And then
There's
lastly,
a story you could have about Decaney every single spring. Decaney is a wild place. It is a wild place.
yeah, shit, their head coach, a little crazy.
He's
He was too
insane.
exposed North Shore for recruiting last year when he posted that screenshot. And I can't tell the backstory of what happened there, but hearing the backstory from the Decaney staff last year was one of the funniest things I've ever heard about Texas high school football. But my other story, I'm at A-Leaf Hastings, which is in a really rough part of Houston. Talking to their head coach last year, I think he told me like something like 78% of their football program was on a meal plan, like, you know, through the school district and everything. And we started talking about Smith Arugbo. And we're like, hey, coach, you know, he's only about like 205 pounds, 6'4", is an edge rusher, has a lot of potential here. But, you know, is it just like y'all's kind of weight program? It's kind of hard for him to put on weight. Like, you know, what's the – and he's like, well, he doesn't really have like support at home with football. And we're like, what do you mean? And he's like, well, his parents didn't allow him to play football at first. And we're like, what? And he's like, yeah, he had never played in his freshman year. He tells his dad, like, hey, I'm doing these after school, like, tutoring sessions, these tutorials, when he was actually playing football. He was lying to his dad. He lied to him for 3 weeks before they find out about him going to practice and playing football because he knew his parents wouldn't allow him.
Mm-hmm.
They eventually find out. They get pissed. They're calling the coaches like, we're going to pull him out. Screw y'all. Can't believe y'all did this. And the coaches are like begging, like, no, he can play in college. He can go to college for free if you do this. And they were like, oh, shit, really? No way. And that's how, like, Smith Arugbo ended up playing football that way as a freshman. And also, funny story, his dad and mom who would go on these visits with him, they didn't even go on the OVs, but they went on all of the unofficials. And if any coach, any staff member or whatnot at any school tried to talk to them about anything that wasn't academics, they would walk out the room. Smith and his father were sitting in Mike Elko's office, and Elko started talking about like projections or something that wasn't academics. And he said, oh, we're not going to talk about this. All right. And he got up and walked out of Elko's office. Like, they were all about academics. That was all they wanted to talk about. They didn't care about anything besides that their son was going to get taken care of and he was going to get a degree and on a full ride scholarship. So I love Smith, hoping he can put it together. It's not going to play it all year one because he needs time, along with the fact that he got surgery as a senior. But those are kind of the stories. But
that's fun.
What were you saying?
I said that's fun. That's a good one.
Yeah. We're going to close it out, though. Up next, the SEC Unfiltered crew is giving their post-spring top 25. Where does Texas land? Tune in to find out. And then at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be back on the live stream, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. And then, Nick, you're gone on Friday, right?
Gone on Friday, and I'm gone on Monday, heading on vacation. It's my first vacation in like 2 years, so
nice.
Buddy.
Yeah. I'll be seeing y'all from my car the next few days, I believe. I'll be doing shows in the car. So, yeah. But anyways, we'll see you tomorrow, Turbo and I. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, appreciate it.